ba ba da ba ba da ba da ba. So, we're gonna see the results first. Because it's 8, which means Splatfest is over. Let's see who won before we go back to our Hakuoki. Let's see if all of our efforts were worth it in the end. The totals are still coming in. Alright, I forgot. It's 2 hours from now. That's right. But I'll go do my daily stuff anyway, so I don't forget. So 2 hours will come back, alright? But so brain doesn't forget, because brain forgets if I don't do it right away. Oh, I got a ticket, nice. Hello, Donnie. And the lobby. What'd I get? Marooner's Base Squid Roller. Alright. That's... I'm never getting the Fashionista title, am I? Alright, off to Hakuoki we go. Let me just change the scene. And we'll be right on it, I think. There we go. It has recognized the game. So, let's enjoy our lovely ritual of an intro, shall we? I'll give you the clean version. Boop. I'm back. Hello. Alright. So, the plan for tonight, we're gonna finish Yamazaki's route and Kyoto wins, and then based off of Yamazaki's route, I'm gonna try it and see if we actually do get it. We're doing Chizuru's ending. I'm not gonna say route. Hi, Dan. I'm not gonna say route because it's literally just the end bit of it, isn't it? But let's do this. Oh, Dan, have you been hanging out by the lava pit again, buddy? We welcomed the new year without the presence of Kondo-san and Okuta by our side. An eerie blood-red sun set over the Kyoto horizon. It was dusk on January 3rd, 1868. Oh! That doesn't sound like fun. The only thing strong enough to cut through the icy chill of winter was the distant pang of gunfire in the direction of Toba. I wasn't sure if it was the shogunate army or the Sacho that shot first, but this first gunshot was the final straw. Huh? Holy shit, Dan. Before we'd known it, the shogunate army and the Sacho were at war. Oh. At long last, Kyoto had become a battlefield just as Yamazaki-san had predicted. Of course, the Fushimi Magistrate, base of the Shinsengumi, was not safe from the threat of battle. Around 800 riflemen had gathered from the Sacho camps to surround the magistrate. They were armed with advanced weaponry, which made the task all the more difficult for the Shinsengumi to deal with. We're in the midst of war. Lay him down along the wall. Wrap where he's bleeding and apply pressure. Are you alright, Harada? Your arm is bleeding. Holy shit, Harada, that's a line. Okay, be safe. The fiery roar of the cannonballs made me shake as I cowered on the floor, listening above. Only a day had passed since the fighting started. The yawning is here because I did not take a nap. I barely had any time to prepare, and I was tending to the injured in the triage we'd set up in the magistrate's common room. Your bleeding will stop soon. In the meanwhile, please get some rest. No, you can't! No, you can't! You need to rest until these wounds heal. Even though I'd performed the bare minimum on them, the men returned to the battlefield. Oh, I see. They should be in bed recovering. But they found the resolve to drag their bruised, ragged bodies back to the battlefield out of dedication to their comrades. However, it seems as though as I rushed them through their treatment, they would quickly go into the battlefield, then back into our triage. It was becoming a dangerous cycle. I don't want any more people to get hurt. Eep. It goes fine. That is how it goes. It goes fine. The conflict was building more and more in my heart, but I couldn't stop treating them. How was everyone doing? Yeah, the yawning won't stop. Yawning won't stop. Fine is greater than bad. Yeah. Yes? Did I read that correctly? Hijikata-san, Saito-san, Nagakura, Harada, Inoue, and Shimada. And Yamazaki. Everyone, please be safe. Almost like an answer from the divine. The minute I'd seen Yamazaki-san walk in, I shouted, Yamazaki-san, you're safe!
Oh, Yukimura-kunか。君も無事のようで何よりだ。ひょっとして、ここでずっと怪我人の治療に当たっていたのか。
The wounded have been carried in here almost non-stop since this morning. How is it out there? Is everyone safe?
状況はかなり厳しい。長倉さんや島田君が決死隊を組んで敵に切り込みをしたが、先ほど敵の集中砲火にさらされて撤退した。斉藤さんや原田さんも同様だ。
No, even the captains were... A thick silence slunk between us, and behind us was the repeating boom of cannon fire. In this moment, there were so many of our men who were suffering the constant fear of danger. Warriors who spent their time and dedication with us are in pain. I could be speaking with someone in one moment, and in the next, they could be mortally wounded, injured. Thinking that, I felt greatly compelled to grab Yamazaki-san tightly by the hand and stop him from leaving.
Yukimura?
I'm a little scared. When the thought of you being the next person to become hurt comes to mind.
無用な心配だ。俺の役目は後方から各所の戦況を確認し、副長へ逐一報告することだからな。だから怪我などしようがない。したくてもできないんだ。
Yamazaki-san? I could hear a hint of self-deprecation in his words, and I furrowed my brow as I looked at him. Yamazaki-san then snapped to look in the distance as the thunderous cannons rang above us.
心配してくれる君には申し訳ないが、俺は戦場に向かう者たちが羨ましいとさえ思っている。
And why is that?
戦うことを禁じられているからだ。
Bye, Dan. Have a good sleep because it's 2 a.m. Go sleep. Yamazaki-san gripped his knuckles as if he were about to break them. He bit the corner of his lips before breaking into a pained confession.
君も知っての通り、俺は諜報を旨とする新選組の観察方だ。だからこの戦においても、副長には情報の収集と一刻も早い伝達を命じられている。そう、たとえ味方が基地に陥っていたとしても、可能な限り伝達を優先するようにという命令をだ。
I could understand what he meant. During times of war, information was crucial. As in gathering resources to strategize well. knowing where reinforcements were needed. A late report could be the difference between victory and defeat almost every time. But feeling helpless as his comrades potentially lost their lives must have weighed so heavily on him.
俺はこの戦いの最中、戦う仲間たちをずっと見続けてきた。
Oh shit! Hold on. Ah! We're fine.
だが、参戦は許されない。どんなに味方が傷つき苦戦していようと、俺だけが戦わず背を向けて。
Yamazaki-san, who normally remained composed, struggled to keep his hands steady from anger. I couldn't watch him this way. I know what you mean. I know what you mean.
君が?
I feel the same way. I also have no way of fighting, even if I wanted to. Yamazaki-san turned his head dubiously, and I smiled. I placed my hand over where my heart was. At the Ikeda, Hamagiri, and Abaranokoji. During all of these important battles, I always had someone else protecting me. Even now, I'm not good at fighting, so I'm stuck here. Even so, I wanted to do my part for the Shinsengumi in any way that I could. That's why I've been treating the wounded. I may not be any good at swinging a sword, but I'm fighting this war in my own way. For a second, Yamazaki-san gazed at me with tender eyes. Eventually, he curled his lips and he smiled brightly.
すまなかった、雪村君。刀を振るわない者は戦っていないなど、君に対しての侮辱だったな。
No, not at all. I didn't mean to say something out of line. Besides, that's nothing to apologize for.
いや、謝らせてくれ。自分たちの戦いか。ありがとう、雪村君。俺も戦場に戻るとするよ。自分の役目を果たすために。
All right. Good luck. I saw Yamazaki-san off, giving a slow, long sigh after watching him leave me. It really was a rare sight to see Yamazaki-san express his feelings like that. Yamazaki-san had always been so level-headed. I hadn't known there was that side to him. He was becoming more familiar to me. And with that, I returned to tending to the wounded. January 5th, 1867. Somehow, just a little shaken. As the days progressed, the hellish cannon fire was becoming closer and closer to us. By this morning, their cannons had finally started hitting the magistrate directly. 2 whole days had passed since the war started, and that seemed to be enough to determine the final outcome.
これはまた厳しい状況になってきましたね。
なんとかなんねえのかよ、三男さん。
こうなってはさすがに我々羅刹隊もなす術がありません。発射元を潰しに行くことはできますが、それも焼け石に水でしょうね。
And as if fate sought to vindicate Sun on Sun, the cannon fire became more bombastic in the background. Eventually, the flames began to engulf the magistrate. I watched as the smoke and fire tore the roof down from sections of the building. In the corner of my eye, I saw Hijikata-san wincing to himself and trying to contain his anger.
くそ、三条軍の野郎。
Hijikata-san, where are you going?
決まってんだろ。薩長軍の奴らを押し返すんだよ。
It's too dangerous.
分かってる。完全に敵の勢いに飲まれちまう。その流れを覆して士気を上げるには、俺が先陣を切るしかねえんだ。
Hijikata-san irritably clanged his sword against the charred ground, and he stepped into the bleakness. However, blocking him from moving forward was Yamazaki-san.
お待ちください、副長。あなたを行かせるわけにはいきません。
何の真似だ、山崎。
あなたなら分かっているはずです。敵とこちらには圧倒的な戦力の差があると。
だからこそ俺が行くんだろうが。大将が先陣切って戦うところを見せりゃ、他の連中も振るって。
あなたが前に立ったところで、そんなものはただの一時しのぎです。
言ってくれるじゃん、山崎。俺が前線に出ても意味がねえ。
誤解を恐れず言うならば、その通りです。
I could feel my cheeks vibrate from the grumble of the floor below before bullets began raining down near where we stood. However, Yamazaki-san and Hijikata-san were still glaring at one another, neither one willing to budge. Yamazaki-san, Hijikata-san! It's dangerous here! We have to get away!
バカなこと言ってんじゃねえ。俺はこの隊を近藤さんから預かってんだ。やられっぱなしで逃げろってのか。 我慢ならねえ。それならいっそ。
いっそどうするおつもりですか。
Yamazaki-san's retort made Hijikata-san gasp. What Yamazaki-san did next shocked me. He grabbed Hijikata-san by the collar.
ふざけるな。あなたは自分の命の価値が分かっていない。
I don't think I could ever imagine Yamazaki-san crossing Hijikata-san in the way I was witnessing. However, Hijikata-san didn't seem angry from this display, and instead he just stared back.
近藤局長がいない今、あなたこそが新選組の俺たちの象徴なんだ。そんなあなたがこの負け戦で 前に出て戦ってどうするんです。あなたはたとえ他の大使を盾にしても生きて隊を率いなければならない。それが上に立つ者の義務だ。違いますか、副長。
I wish this was given a CG, damn it.
撤退の決断を。
For a second, it seemed time stood still, and the cannon fire felt a million miles away. At the moment, all the commotion from the violence and the flames didn't seem to matter.
まさかお前に諭されるとは思わなかった。
Hijikata-san murmured to himself, and he shook his head as if it cleared his mind. Then his expression became a bright one.
すまねえな、山崎。ああ、お前の言う通りだ。僕はまだ命を張る場面じゃ。まだ反撃の機会はいくらでもある。
Then,
ああ、てめえら聞け。 撤退だ。
Even though he declared an order of retreat, puffing his chest up confidently as he spoke, the clarity of Hijikata-san's command cut through the sound of cannon fire around us. The winter sky was turning gray from the seemingly endless smoke plumes scattered around us. Covering our bodies was the bitter taste of soot and defeat defeat was starting to sink in. Our bodies were heavy with fatigue, dragging us and our hearts into an unshakable darkness. Along with Yamazaki-san, Shimada, Inoue, and a few other warriors, I was able to escape the magistrate, if only barely.
大丈夫か、雪村君。君は開戦からこれまでずっと働き詰めだったはずだが。
Well, that goes for you too, Yamazaki-san, as well as the rest of the men. I'm not in any position to complain about what's going on.
そうか。
どのみちここからなら淀城まであと少しですからね。淀藩の藩主は老中を務めておられますし、幕府方として快く受け入れてくれるでしょう。
Okay then, let's get there as soon as possible. I nodded to Shimada, and we'd taken a gander at our surroundings. Every single warrior around us was covered in either blood or soot, and their heads hung low. I couldn't blame them, though. The Shinsengumi had been slowly gaining renown and prestige from the last few battles, so because this was their first real loss, it hit hard. What will become of the Shinsengumi in the future? I found myself muttering those words to myself as I'd scanned the devastation around me. It had been 4 years since I'd arrived in Kyoto. I was detained by the Shinsengumi, living with warriors throughout this whole time. Maybe I took my situation for granted, and I'd figured the Shinsengumi would be around forever. What if they were to? I was suddenly brought back to reality as Yamazaki-san brushed my hand lightly with his sleeves. Then I found myself reflexively grabbing onto his sleeve out of desperation. Yamazaki-san's eyes slightly grew wide in surprise.
大丈夫だ、雪村君。新選組はまだ終わったりはしない。
Yamazaki-san moved a little awkwardly, trying to find my trembling hands so that he could hold them.
たとえこの戦いで一時地にまみれようとも絶対に諦めたりはしない。俺たちの居場所は、君の居場所は俺が必ず守ってみせる。
はい。Yamazaki-san's kind words set my heart at ease. I gripped his hand tightly, as if clinging to it for warmth. Just then, Shimada saw everything. Shimada saw everything. I noticed Shimada was smiling, watching our interaction.
ひょっとして我々はお邪魔ですか？
He saw everything! And probably everybody else that was with us as well. What?
待ってくれ。どういう意味だ、島田君。
いやいや、深い意味はありません。ただ、今の山崎君を見ていると、以前とはだいぶ変わったと思いまして。
Even though canonically Yamazaki is older than Shimada. Anyway.
変わった？俺が？
ええ。山崎君を近くで見てきた俺が言うんだから間違いありません。少なくとも以前の山崎君なら副長の判断に逆らってまで撤退を進言したりはしなかったでしょう。
言われてみればそうかもしれないな。
Shimada smiled warmly, looking at me for a second before turning to face Yamazaki-san again. Suddenly, though, his expression became serious.
山崎君は任務のためならば自分の命を差し出すことをためらわない。俺はそれが山崎君の強さであり、同時に弱さだと思っています。
Shimada.
だから俺は思うんです。山崎君にはきっと傍らで支えてあげる人が必要だと。
島田君、それは。
Just as Yamazaki-san was about to respond.
なんだ今の銃声は。
前の方からです。
Oh no. As I recalled, Inoue was in the front of the troop. I could almost feel the blood leaving my body. My stomach dropped from the thought of it. Almost as if to confirm my worst fears. Inoue appeared, blood gushing from his abdomen, and he was wheezing with strained breaths. Inoue, are you okay?
何があったんですか今の銃声は。
みんな逃げなさい。淀町は幕府を見限った。
What? How? Did the Yodo domain join the Sacho too?
ああ、この先は薩摩藩の兵が待ち伏せている。早く逃げ。
くそ、みんな散れ。敵に的を絞らせるな。
井上さんは俺が連れて行きます。山崎君は雪村君を。
ああ、こうなれば大坂城まで引くほかない。そちらで合流しよう。死ぬなよ島田君。
Please, stay safe. We scurried down an animal trail on the side of the path, and Yamazaki-san and I ran through an unpaved road. We quickly brushed aside scattered branches and ignored the various cuts we received from them.
そっちだ。逃がすな。まだ他にいるはずだ。探せ。
That gunshot just now.
振り返るな。自分が逃げることだけ考えるんだ。
I thought that getting to Yodo Castle meant we were safe, that we'd be able to see Hichikata-san and the other men and regroup to fight again. However, all I could feel now was despair. Only the warmth of Yamazaki-san's hand could give me comfort, as I'd forced myself to run, even as I felt my legs want to collapse from tiredness.
いたぞ。
As soon as we'd gotten to a more exposed area, two soldiers armed with rifles found us. Guns were far more savage than a sword, requiring only the pull of a trigger than to take someone's life. As their guns were pointed towards us, I thought about how delicately our lives held in the balance. I don't know what came first. The sound of the gunshots firing, or the feeling of being pushed out of the way. Yamazaki-san! Yamazaki-san threw his kunai with all of his might, and it landed right on the hearts of the Satsuma men. But I didn't care about that at all. Yamazaki, are you okay? Why did you... I lifted Yamazaki's body to see a pool of blood beginning to form around his thighs. With tears in my eyes, I put pressure on his wound and he looked at me crying. I didn't care one bit about my safety. All that mattered to me was that he was hurt. Why? Why would you try and protect me? You should know, Yamazaki-san. If my organs are safe, then my injuries will heal. If you had just left me be, you wouldn't have been hurt.
そうだな。合理的に考えればその方が良かったのかもしれない。俺が無傷のままであればこの後逃げ切る可能性も増える。
But then, Yamazaki-san softly patted my head, gazing into my puffy eyes, and he smiled brightly.
許してくれ、雪村君。頭では分かっていても、体が君を守ろうと勝手に動いたんだ。効率がいいから、そのまま君に怪我をしてもらう。君を盾にして、その隙に敵を倒す。俺はそんなこと、まっぴらごめんだ。
I felt a sickening mixture of gratitude and guilt. And more than either of those, I'd felt a sense of warmth well inside of me. I'm so sorry for doing this to you. Thank you so much. My words landed somewhat on both ends of the spectrum, and Yamazaki-san gave a troubled laugh.
謝らないでくれ。俺が負傷したのは俺の判断だ。とはいえ、こうなった以上戦闘は厳しい。この後どうやって敵の包囲を突破するか。
無様だな。その傷ではもはやその娘を守りきることはかなうまい。番犬の役目すら果たせんとは俺の見込み違いだったということか。
Kazuma! Potentially the worst person we could encounter. I immediately reached for my kodachi on my hip. Yamazaki-san too went to reach for his sword in support of me. Then he stood and glared at Kazuma.
そういえばお前も薩摩藩の協力者だったな。しばらく会わないうちにこんなところで落ち武者狩りをするまで落ちぶれたか。
Kazuma mercilessly aimed for the spot where Yamazaki-san had been shot, kicking him repeatedly. Get away from Yamazaki! Yamazaki-san swung with slow, painful slashes, but Kazuma exerted no effort to dodge them.
お前もしつけが必要だが、今はおとなしくしているがいい。
He swiped at my leg and I fell to the ground as the wind was knocked out of me. I was gasping for air, struggling to catch a breath as Kazuma glared menacingly above me. Then Kazuma grabbed Yamazaki and grinned. He sunk his fingers into Yamazaki-san's bullet wound and began to twist it in the bloody flesh.
俺がなんだと、もう一度言ってみるがいい。もっともそのざまでまともに口が聞ければだがな。
Stop it! Stop it! I could hear Yamazaki-san's flesh tearing, and his screams of agony were unbearable. Just then,
風待ちかげ
ほう、負け犬の大将のお出ましか。
he's here! He has arrived! Holy shit! I forgot this part. Following a deafening clash of swords, I could hear a familiar voice come from nowhere. Hijikata-san!
山崎、雪村、無事か。
I'm fine, but Yamazaki...
うちの大使を随分といたぶってくれたみてえだな。
Hijikata-san's veins practically popped out of his arm from how tightly he gripped his katana, and he swung once more.
なんだこのダジャクな立ち筋は。
チェ
Kazuma parried with ease, avoiding Hijikata-san's strike as he smirked tauntingly.
どうやら逃げ惑うさなかにだいぶ激しく戦ってきたと見える。全身に走る無数の浅い傷。刀の振るいすぎで筋肉は断裂。 肋骨にもひびが入ったようだな。もはや刀を振るうことすら苦痛だろう。
He was right. Hijikata-san had been tirelessly fighting enemy soldiers storming the Fushimi magistrate. And knowing him, he was doing all he could during the retreat to ensure his men's safety. I don't know how he could have had any strength left to walk, let alone fight someone like Kazuma. Hijikata-san, please, fall back! There's nothing we can do right now. We have to find a way out of here.
だそうだが、貴様より小娘の方が状況を把握しているようだぞ。
打つ手がない。そうとも限らねえさ。
Then Hijikata-san reached into his pocket, and my heart dropped as he pulled out a vial. No! The minute I saw it, I panicked. I watched the red liquid slosh back and forth. It was...
落ち水か。どこまでも愚かな真似を。
愚か。ああ、愚かで構わねえさ。あいにくと俺にとっちゃ、味方を守れねえことほど愚かな結果はない。
Hijikata-san curled his lip as he smirked, opening the bottle with one hand. Just then... Through the darkness, I saw a hand sharply chop into Hijikata-san's neck from behind him. Holy shit.
いや、ザキ。
Yamazaki-san, why did you do that? Yamazaki-san appeared, looking over Hijikata-san, who had fallen to the floor. Then he picked up the bottle that should really be ground, damn it. His eyes were silent, filled with resolve.
何の真似だ小僧。
土方副長はこれからの新選組にとって必要なお方だ。ここでお前のくだらん挑発に乗って闇を生ける化け物にその身をやつすなど認めるわけにはいかない。闇に落ちて戦うべき人間はもっと他にいるのだから。
No.
ほう。代わりに貴様が飲むというのか。その呪われた薬を。分かっているのか。落ち水とやらを飲み干すその意味を。貴様はそれを飲み干した瞬間、火を嫌い血をすする化け物と化す。人間として生きられぬ、人間として死ねぬ。貴様という人間は露と消える。その呪われた体と共に闇の中で孤独に死ぬこととなるのだぞ。
それがどうした？
Yamazaki-san removed the cloth covering his mouth. Hidden underneath his cloth was a grin. The back cloth fluttered into the wind as he put the vial to his lips and swallowed down the water of life in one gulp.
闇に生き、闇に死ぬ。ああ、何もかも今更だ。観察方の道を選んだ時点で、そんな覚悟、とうの昔に決めている。たとえこの身が闇に落ちようと、俺には守るべきものがある。果たすべき使命がある。
His hair turned white as the winter snow, and his eyes morphed into a blood-red shade. As he transformed into something that was no longer human, Yamazaki-san screamed out.
そのための力ならばこの身を闇に沈めても惜しくはない。俺の覚悟を侮るな風間千景。
よく吠えた虫けらが。ならばせいぜいあがいてこの俺の手で派手に散るがいい。
Yamazaki-san screamed as he charged for Kazuma, and the ground he'd leapt from shattered into a cracked circle, and he vanished from my sight. My eyes couldn't keep up with him. His powers were clearly beyond his human self's.
背を切られただと。
まだだ。もっと早く早く。
調子に乗るな。
Kazuma kicked the floor out of rage. Then he bounced off a tree trunk to leap into the air like a raging storm brewing above. They exchanged blows, their blades bellowing like thunder over a matter of seconds. I felt like I was watching a dance of lightning as their swords collided, and it took my breath away. Amazing.
まさかここまでとはな。まがいものの鬼どもはこれまで幾度か切り捨ててきたが、その中でもここまで速い虫けらは一人たりともいなかったぞ。
The fuck? Hold on. Never mind. Just as Kazuma had said, Yamazaki-san fought with a speed and technique unlike any fury I've ever seen. With every strike, he was pushing his muscles to the point his veins would pop from his flesh, and even burst into a blood splatter. But he continued. He relied on his healing powers as a fury, guiding him to fight with more and more vigor. Yamazaki-san fought like this could be his last. The mood of the battle intensified greatly. I wanted him to stop, but I knew he couldn't. I was aware of the determination that brought him to drink the water of life in the first place.
虫けらにしてはやるが、その速度で長くは持つまい。あと数秒か数十秒か、それともほんの数呼吸か。貴様がこの俺と渡り合えるのは、すべての力を振り絞ることができるほんのわずかな時間だけだ。
ほんのわずかで十分だ。その一瞬でお前を倒し、雪村君と副長を守る。
できもしないことをいくら小賢しく立ち回ろうが、所詮は速いだけの虫けら。今すぐその羽をへし折って地べたに這わせてくれる。
Kazuma's hair suddenly lost all color, and horns began to shoot up from his forehead. In the moment that his appearance changed, the air became still, and the temperature dropped. Perhaps it was my own demon blood reacting to the change, but I could sense his aura in my chest. My hair stood. This was bad news. A chill slunk down my spine, and I screamed out as loudly as I could at Yamazaki-san. Yamazaki-san, get away! Kazuma is... As Yamazaki-san tried to jump away, Kazuma seemed to have forecasted his movements, swinging his sword in the direction of which Yamazaki-san was going. However, the eerie sound of flesh being sliced open never came as I expected it to. What came into sight was the outline of a blurry man in front of me. Oh, I read that wrong. What came into sight was the outline of a burly man in front of me. Oh! Giddy? What are you doing here?
天霧、貴様どういうつもりだ。
どういうつもりとは。
なぜ俺の邪魔をしたと聞いている。貴様から殺されたくなくば、今すぐそこをどけ。
およしなさい。私を切るのは構いませんが、たかが人間に鬼としての姿を見せるなど、風間家の名に傷がつきますよ。
なんだと。
それとも西の鬼を滑る棟梁は、力を解放しなければ人間一人切れませんか。
Okay, hold on. I need to write this down. Right. So, Kazuma. Oop, gotta get rid of this thing. So, Kazuma. Head of the West. Chizuru. Head of the East. So that would leave Haruka. Head of the North. We have zero clue on the South, but it's not Sen, because Sen is West.
見えすいた挑発を。だがいいだろう、天霧。今回は貴様の顔を立ててやる。
そうしていただけるとありがたい。新選組の一部が近づいていますからね。彼らを叩くのはたやすいですが、やはり人間を打倒するのは人間でなければ困る。
Kazuma clicked his tongue, sighing, and slowly he directed his glare at us.
今日のところは見逃してやるが、貴様ら幕府方はもはや死に体だ。
That's not true. The shogunate is just...
嘘だと思うなら大坂城へ行くがいい。実に滑稽なことになっているからな。
After his little jeer, Kazuma left with Amagiri, vanishing into the wintry darkness. I'd waited for a second to make sure they were actually gone, and I crumpled to the floor. We're safe now.
見逃されたと言った方が正しいだろうな。
Hijikata-san, you're awake!
それより
Hijikata-san's brows furrowed and he looked towards Yamazaki-san. After a moment, Yamazaki-san began to fall, as he'd exerted all of his energy in the fight. I ran to catch his body. Yamazaki-san, are you okay?
ああ、すまない。
このバカ野郎がなんで落ち水を飲んだ。
さっきも言った通りです。新選組はあなたを失うわけにはいかない。副長にはこれからも日の当たる場所で俺たちを導いてもらわなければ。
だからっててめえが。
Hijikata-san, Please understand where Yamazaki-san's coming from. I hugged Yamazaki-san's body tightly. I used my arms to gauge if there was still warmth in his body, even after becoming a fury. Yamazaki-san told us. He told us he wanted the power to resist fate. Even if he had to succumb to the darkness, he wished to protect the Shinsengumi. After hearing how important it was to him, I couldn't stop him from drinking the water of life. Yamazaki-san chose this. He chose the path that he is on now, that he is now going down. Hijikata-san began to choke up. He looked like he wanted to speak, but he didn't.
おい見ろ、あそこにいるのは土方さんに山崎。おい生きてるか。
Nakagura and Harada. A wave of relief came to me upon seeing our friends running over to us. I let out a big sigh. I'd helped lift Yamazaki-san since he passed out, and hope flickered in my heart. Final chapter time. I recall the fall of the magistrate, our escape from the Satsuma, and our fight with the demon. After a long wait, we'd reach Osaka Castle. Unfortunately, we were welcomed with news that I would have deemed impossible a day ago. Lord Yoshinobu had fled the war for Edo. When word got to Hijikata-san, he went berserk. In fact, he became almost inconsolable. None of the warriors, what was left of those who were able to retreat to Osaka Castle, made any attempts to stop Hijikata-san from his tirades either. I mean, I couldn't really blame Hijikata-san. The Supreme Commander was arguably the most important man in the Shogunate army, and he'd given up. Considering the many men desperately fought his war for him, and he'd run off, it must have left a bitter taste in their mouths. The Shinsengumi too suffered a great loss in the death of Inoue, so the anxiety amongst our ranks was heavy. Regardless, the fleeing of Lord Yoshinobu was inexcusable to the men at the castle. Seeing Hijikata-san's pride and determination on the battlefield was proof that strong leadership was crucial to the success of their army. Lord Yoshinobu, however, showed no such pride. When the warriors discovered the loss of faith from their leader, dejection pervaded what had remained of this failed campaign. So the Shinsengumi and what was left of the Shogunate army prepared to leave for Edo. The ship rose and fell atop the gentle rhythm of the ocean's waves. I sat beside Yamazaki-san, who slept soundly in his cabin aboard the ship headed for Edo. Yamazaki-san. He might have pushed himself too far in his fight against Kazuma. Ever since that day, Yamazaki-san had been unconscious. I held his hand tightly, and even though he was asleep, I was rewarded with his warmth. Yamazaki-san's steady pulse gave me hope, and I closed my eyes to pray for his well-being. Some time had passed since leaving Osaka. If I were to see the view from the deck, I don't think I'd see it Osaka or Kyoto anymore. Wow, 4 years have passed so quickly. It was funny to think how much had changed since I'd first arrived in Kyoto. I'd arrived with the intent of finding my father, and by chance I was captured by the Shinsengumi. Afterwards, I'd become acquainted with Yamazaki-san, who served as my guard. His watch became even more frequent when we discovered Kazuma and his demons cohorts plotted to kidnap me. Thinking back on it, the person I remembered protecting me all this time was Yamazaki-san. Even during the war, Yamazaki-san had given everything to watch out for me, even willing to throw his body away. I gripped his hand tightly again. Emotions I kept secret for so long began to bubble to the surface. What if Yamazaki-san never wakes up? I'd...
大丈夫だ。
His warm hands moved to stroke my hair softly. Yamazaki-san! My head shot up instantly. Yamazaki-san! You're awake?
ああ。随分と長い間眠っていたようだ。
Yamazaki-san lifted his head tenderly, glancing around the room.
ここは大坂城ではないのか?
You see...
そうか。俺が寝ている間にそんなことになっていたんだな。
After I explained all that had happened to Yamazaki-san, he let out a big sigh. Then he tightened and loosened his hand into a fist repeatedly. So... how do you feel?
それが自分でも驚くぐらい好調だ。撃たれたところも治っているし、妙に体には力が溢れている。これが羅刹の体か。
Yamazaki-san's eyes thinned after he had thought about what he said, and I thought about saying nothing. But I couldn't keep my thoughts to myself, and I asked him a question timidly. Yamazaki-san, do you regret drinking the water of life?
その問いに答える前に一つ答えてほしい。君は俺が落ち水を飲むとき止めようとしなかった。君の性格なら止めそうなものなのに、それはどうしてだ?
He stared at me intently, and I sighed. So I quietly told him how I felt. How could I have stopped you? I could see what was going through your mind when you drank it. Besides, when you drank the water of life, a thought came to me.
決意?
I thought to myself that if someone were to become a fury out of a desire to protect the Shinsengumi and gave up a world with light, then I would stand beside them. No matter how dark your world may be, I'll be right beside you. Yamazaki-san was at a loss for words, instead turning to hide the blush on his cheeks. For a while his mouth was agape, opening and closing. Yamazaki-san turned away and muttered,
君は卑怯だ。
Excuse me?
なんでもない。それより最初の質問だ。落ち水を飲んだことを後悔しているかという話だが。
Yamazaki-san laughed quietly, and he looked directly into my eyes.
もう君の言葉で後悔はなくなった。
Does that mean?
つまりはそういうことだ。
Yamazaki-san softly took my hand. He gazed at it, perhaps soaking in the moment.
たとえ行く先が闇の中でも君と一緒なら。
Best boy! Oh boy. I have no thoughts. Please enjoy the credits. Also, Takayuki Suzuki is absolutely wonderful as Yamazaki. Ha. January 1868. The Battle of Toba Fushimi ended with the Sacho victorious, as the shogunates retreated. The Shinsengumi headed towards Edo. 4 years ago, I came to Kyoto all by myself in search for my father and met the Shinsengumi. I am going to leave the city of Kyoto, where I made fond memories with the Shinsengumi. He sacrificed his body in order to protect me, gaining strength against those who threaten us. And I have chosen to walk alongside him. We are going to head to Edo, without knowing what fate awaits us. It's not a secret. Best boy. Ha! Excuse this for a second. I'm just checking stuff. Hold on. Just make sure. So now we're gonna do Chizuru just so that I can go straight into Chizuru's. Oh wait, no, we have DLC first. That's right. We do have DLC first. So okay, we're doing Yamazaki's DLC. And then we do Chizuru, so I don't have to go back and forth into Kyowin's because it's not a full route. It's backing, the guide is backing off a Saito one, so we're gonna do that instead. One afternoon I had been doing some stitching alone in my room when...
雪村君、大使の体調に関することで少々相談したいことがあるんだが、入っても構わないか?
Of course. Please come in. As Yamazaki-san entered, he was shocked to see the piles of kimonos, dishcloths, and other assorted scraps of cloth scattered around my room.
なんだこれは?
Also, I really wanted to laugh at the end when Yamazaki said, "That's not fair." I really wanted to laugh my ass off. Well, I was bored of not doing anything in my room. So I asked Hijikata-san if there was anything I could help him with, and this is what I got.
なるほど。だがこれだけの量となると、とても今日一日では終わるまい。
It may take a few days.
よければ俺が手伝おう。
But Yamazaki-san, you have your duties to attend to for the watch.
少しくらいなら構わんだろう。君には観察の役目や西洋の医術に関することなど、いろいろと相談に乗ってもらっているからな。
Then I guess I will take you up on your offer. And that is how Yamazaki-san started to help me with patchworking, but... Are you alright, Yamazaki?
問題ない。不注意で指に刺してしまっただけだからな。
But... Because of how many times he had poked his finger, Yamazaki-san's finger was covered in blood. You know what? I think I'll be fine by myself. There are so many other better things you could be prioritizing, Yamazaki-san.
どうやら俺は君の役には立てなかったようだな。面目ない。
Huh? Yeah. It was so kind of you to even offer your help at all.
そう言ってもらえると救われる。俺は一応ハリ医者の息子なんだが、どうやらこっちの針の扱いは増えてのようだ。
Yamazaki-san. I couldn't help but burst into laughter since Yamazaki-san, being the serious person he is, almost never normally cracked jokes.
にしても君は器用なんだな。俺と同じ時間作業をしていたのに、数倍の数の縫い物を片付けているなんて。
You think so? It's not something I notice about myself. I like to work on crafts with my hands, and the more intricate, the better.
なるほど。そういった部分は君もやはり女性なんだな。
Yamazaki-san's statement made me stop.
どうした? 何かおかしなことを言ったか?
Oh, yeah, it's not like that. It's just that I've never heard you say something like that, so I was thrown off a little.
少々見当外れなことを言ってしまったようだな。すまない。忘れてくれ。
No, I should apologize. I was suddenly overcome with embarrassment for having said anything, and then neither of us could bear to meet the other with our eyes. Yamazaki-san,
なんだ
you were saying earlier that you wanted to talk about some of our warriors' health conditions?
そうだ先日の身体検査の際松本先生から受けたご指摘に関してなんだがなるほどよくわかった改善点に関しては局長や副長と相談の上対応することにしよう長らく邪魔してすまなかったな俺はもう行くことにする
Oh, I don't mind. Thank you so much for helping.
それではまた何かあれば相談に来るかもしれんがその時はよろしく頼む
No problem at all.
頼りにしているそれでは
Yamazaki-san spoke curtly, standing at the entrance of my door before briskly walking off. I'm relying on you, huh? He could have been saying that just to be nice to me, but the fact that he felt the need to give me such a compliment warmed my heart dearly. And if you're wondering what the wind treasure box is, it's this. Oh my god, I just noticed the one for Yamazaki. It is the sewing. Oh my lord. I love this. I could scroll up and down a tiny bit, but oh my god. And Saito is blushing. Ah! I love this. My god. Now, we are no, that's not what I wanted to pick. We are going to records of service. We're going to piggyback off of Saito's route to do Chizuru's. So this is chapter 4, November 1867. Oh man. Actually, I might not. Well, we've seen Citus before, so there's really not much for me to read then in that case. So, November 1867. Alright, begin the story from this chapter. We get to pick who we do, which we need Saito. And we're doing it on low romance. There we go. Chapter 4, November 1867. Hajime Saito, romance low. Yep. And this time I am going to press the mash button. Mash, because we have been through this. We have been through this. We just been through this. Like 3 streams ago. We have been through this. Da, 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 da. I'm gonna drink my water then. Oh, also we don't get the fever thing. I'm drinking all of my water. Keep going. Nothing has changed. Absolutely nothing. Which means chapter 5 is something by itself.
俺いや長
Ugh.
これもし君
And what we're gonna do is we decided to stay home, which we have seen before, because this just means we get to do the whole thing with Kazuma attacking and everything, which we've seen plenty of times. Oh, Yamazaki. I'm gonna press the button. Pressing the button. Button goes burr. Burr. Here comes Shimada, which means Kazuma is outside, causing havoc. The Fury Corps are also outside, causing havoc. Sun on Sun is here, defending everything from Kazuma, or at least tries to. I went to go find Saito, and... Oh, we got one romance from that? Okay. I guess because it's a canonical thing to do. And this thing, I guess. Alright. Heisuke is brought in. There's no December. Heisuke has become a fury. Saito is in an inn because things are just hell here. Hi, Sanan. You snake. I know you want my blood, but it's just not gonna happen, sir. Please get the fuck out of my face.
What?
I'll stay here.
No.
We can also skip this because we've seen it so many times as well. There was a song in my head, but I don't remember what it was. And that means we get a point with Harada as well, because we're gonna get his scene right here. Yep. Da 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 da. Are we going to chapter 5 yet? So I'm going to read this whole thing. Unless it's scenes we've just saw. December 1867. As the order to begin Imperial Restoration came, Sacho troops started occupying the city of Kyoto. At the same time, members and affiliates of the Tokugawa shogunate were being removed from the imperial palace and eventually Kyoto altogether. They, as expected, did not take this lightly. In response, the shogunate military forces were beginning to march from Edo to Kyoto. As tensions rose from the approaching shogunate armies, the Sacho were preparing their own forces for a hostile confrontation. The situation was growing increasingly frenzied. As the shogunate scrambled to call upon their remaining allies, the Shinsengumi received an order to come to the Fushimi magistrate. Having all of their men and armaments gathered in the Fushimi magistrate enabled the shogunate to act in the event of an emergency, so off we went. On one such day, during the commotion...
Oi, 大変だ! 近藤局長が何者かに狙撃されたぞ!
Bad news was delivered to the Fushimi magistrate. There had been no witnesses and the culprit escaped unseen. Their motives could only be guessed.
ふざけんじゃねえ! 誰が撃ちやがったんだ!
行くぞ。手の空いてるやつは俺についてこい。
Nagakura got a crew of warriors together and they all headed towards the location where Kondo-san was shot. Kondo-san's gunshot wound was on his right shoulder. We have seen this. We just seen this scene. Da, 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 da.
あれ今うざげ
おまこの
ひじすまたゆこい局長をそっ
And we've seen this. The
とで
meeting.
さど今だよで
Da, 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 da. I'm gonna do it just for the hell of it.
ではほか
と敵
December 20th, 1867. It was decided that, yeah, we've seen this. We haven't seen this! It was a cold December morning when Kondo-san and Okita were sent to Osaka Castle. I was performing the final check on everyone's belongings when Hijikata-san had called upon me. I grew almost sick with worry. Had something happened to Kondo-san and Okita? I slowly made my way to Hijikata-san's room as the potential scenarios played out in my head. In the common room, Hijikata-san sat, waiting for me. Because of how the last few days had played out, Hijikata-san always seemed to wear a grave expression. The absence of Okita and Kondo-san seemed to break the heart of Hijikata-san silently, but assuredly. Knowing he was dealing with so much, I did my best to listen to any requests Hijikata-san may have had. I was hoping to be of service right beside Hijikata-san. However, what Hijikata-san had revealed to me proved that this was not the case.
すまねえ近藤さんと宗司と共に大坂城に行ってほしい
That was the complete opposite of what I'd wanted. True, I was quite concerned about Kondo-san and Okita, and at one point I even entertained the idea of possibly heading to Osaka Castle with them. But since Matsumoto-sensei was already at Osaka Castle, all I wanted to do was care for things around here and do my best to play my part with everyone else. Thinking about all of the duties, including making the warriors' meals and tending to the wounded, I truly hoped this was the time I could show my worth to everyone by helping those in need. I looked up at Hijikata-san, and although I was shaking, I mustered the courage to speak my mind. May I ask you one thing? Are you sending me to Osaka Castle because you think I'd be in the way during the war? Hijikata-san's face remained stern, and he did not seem to be offended by the forwardness of my question, but he just shook his head and closed his eyes.
お前はよくやってくれているし叶うならここにいてほしいと思ってるだがお前を生かせる理由は個人的な頼みだ俺が信用できるやつにあの二人のことを任せたい頼む大坂城に行ってくれないか
Hijikata-san trusts me. He wanted me to look after them. And he even said please to me. My heart fluttered at the sound of his words. If me going allows you to enter the battlefield without worry, then yes, I will go.
ありがとうよ二人を頼む
Hijikata-san nodded from the curtness of my response, and he answered with full confidence. I had known that the Fushimi magistrate would become a battleground in the case of the Satsuma or Choshu were to strike. I wasn't in any position to help them, or even watch the fighting take place. Everyone, please be safe. Deep in my stomach, I felt a pang of reluctance as I left Kyoto for Osaka Castle. As soon as we arrived in Osaka, Kondo-san and Okita were brought to Matsumoto-sensei for examination. However, the results brought both good and bad news to us. The good news involved Kondo-san's recovery. We had been informed that Kondo-san's injury was not life-threatening, and we were just waiting for the shattered bones to heal in a line. Okita, however, was less fortunate news from the results of his exam. The tuberculosis had begun to eat away at his lungs, and he was given a solitary room in the castle to recuperate. As I watched after the two of them, we had welcomed the New Year's celebration. A large battalion of troops were marching from Edo, and they passed Osaka Castle, later trekking through the Toba Highway, headed towards Kyoto. Upon bearing witness to the sheer number of soldiers heading to Kyoto, it seemed to convince us all that the Satsuma and Shoshu would surrender. If such news were true, then perhaps we could return to Kyoto faster than we expected. January 1867. January 1868 is actually the correct thing. Oh my god. War between the shogunate and the Sacho troops erupted, causing my wistful thinking to come to an abrupt and depressing halt. Without knowing what exactly set the war in motion, I had heard cannons and gunfire in the direction of Kyoto. No one thought to give someone like me any updates. And I was told that war had finally broken out, and I spent each and every day in worry alone. During the afternoon of the 5th of January, the castle had rumbled with commotion. The shogunate troops were allegedly pushed back and then retreated from Kyoto in the direction of Fushimi. Does that mean the shogunate had lost? When I tried to pry answers from people in the castle, no one knew any details. Everyone seemed too busy thinking about how this affected themselves. Eventually, the men of the Shinsengumi began coming to the castle, one after another. I did my best to welcome the men of the Shinsengumi, despite all of them looking worn and dejected. Their familiarity with me meant they could share the bad news. The Satsuma and Choshu were victorious. My concern for the safety of the men still fighting out there grew exponentially as I heard the sad news. Inoue had died in war, and Yamazaki-san was critically injured. Aside from them, many of our other warriors were killed as well. From what everyone had been telling me, before they knew what was what, now the Sacho forces were appointed as imperial court troops. As soon as Yoshinobu Tokugawa, who led as the supreme commander of the shogunate, heard this, he left the castle on a ship to Edo, fearing retribution as an enemy of the new emperor. Even though I was at the castle during the same time as him, I had no idea any of this had occurred. Now the domain who used to assist the shogunate troops were under the jurisdiction of the Sacho forces, and were now imperial troops. Under these trying times, it was growing difficult to justify continuing the war while holding the castle, so the remaining men here retreated to Edo. As for the Shinsengumi, they had been given orders to cease fighting, so like the rest of the shogunate troops, they were forced to retreat to Edo. Amidst the confusion, I was tasked with treating the wounded men who had returned to the castle. After most of the men were back, I was able to see Hijikata-san. His body was noticeably thinner, almost emaciated, since I had last seen him at the Fushimi Magistrate. I couldn't blame him. We had lost the war, and many of his comrades died out there. No words of comfort came readily for me to give. However, it seems as though Hijikata-san read through my concerns, and he approached me first.
近藤さんと掃除のことを任せっぱなしにしてすまなかったな。お前も聞いていると思う 薩長軍が朝廷軍になってこっちの総大将が尻尾巻いて逃げちまった。こんな状況じゃ戦を続けたくてもできやしない。俺たちも江戸に戻ることになった。だがこれで終わりじゃねえ。江戸に戻ったら将軍と幕府を説き伏せて薩長軍との戦の続きをするつもりだ。
At first, Hijikata-san came off as a little critical of himself, but towards the end, his powerful words showed that the Shinsengumi still had a future. When Hijikata-san heard my response, he nodded happily.
それでな、お前に一言伝えておかなきゃならないことが。江戸に戻ったら、俺たちから離れてしばらくお前の家にいてくれないか。
Oh!
そこで戦が終わるのと兵藤さんが帰るのを待っていてくれ。
Hijikata-san's sudden request made me freeze. I didn't know what to do. Why am I the only one who gets to go home? Why am I the only one who gets to go home when the Shinsengumi was going through so much? No, yet again, it was only me. What? But I want to be with you guys. I understand I'm not an official warrior, but I thought, at least, that I was a member. I thought it was your page, Hijikata-san. Unlike our last encounter of Fushimi, Hijikata-san couldn't bring himself to look back at me. That was probably because I was asking him to give me a reason neither of us wanted to hear. Once the order was said aloud, I knew that I couldn't go against his wishes. I didn't even notice that Hijikata-san had walked up to me and stood as closely as he had been, and he placed his hands tenderly on my shoulders. His voice was more gentle and kinder than usual, and he put forth effort to convince me.
お前をずっと置いといてやりたかったが、そうもいかなかった。俺たちは武士だから、今度こそ城を枕に討ち死にする覚悟で薩長と戦うつもりだが、お前は女だ。そうもいかねえだろ。お前を源さんや山崎のような目に合わせたくない。分かってくれ。
For a moment, I didn't answer or look up. Hijikata-san calmly patted my back a few times, and he walked off without another word. It took everything inside of me to refrain from turning back, or even responding to Hijikata-san. My eyes welled with uncontrollable tears. All I could do was bid farewell to the shadow as it walked off. January 9th, 1868. The Shinsengumi were getting on the steamboat provided by the shogunate for the return to Edo. I separated from Hijikata-san and the other men, and I came aboard the Fujiyama Maru, along with Kondo-san, Okita, and the other injured. A few days after the ship had set sail, Yamazaki-san, who had been suffering and fighting through his grave injuries, passed away beside the Kishu Sea. Watching a close friend die in person made me finally understand where Hijikata-san was coming from. I assumed this was the beginning of what could be a long, painful chapter for the Shinsengumi. Hijikata-san's request for me to leave meant that I would be involved in none of it as it unfolded. 4 years had passed since I'd come to Kyoto, and I'd shared many memories with the Shinsengumi. As I held these memories in my heart, I prayed for everyone's wishes to come true and for their safety. I prayed that when all of this was over, that I could see all of them once again. I looked up at the sky towards the west, forever and ever. So what do we get for the ending? I don't remember, because this is the original ending that I got, by the way. My first time. Oh, I see. Are we gonna get a shot of everybody? Oh god. It just ends? It just ends! Okay! It just ends. Oh. That means besides the bad endings and game overs and any alternates that are happen to be in there, we're done with Kyoto wins. We'll come back and do all of that shit later. Which means we're gonna go on to Edo Blossoms. So, let me just add it over here. Change the game. Exit out of the game that we were just playing. And get Edo Blossoms started up. Let me get this. There we go. And let me check just to make sure everything is correct. Alright. I will leave you guys with the opening while I go refill my water bottle. Okay, I'll also make it clean just for you guys for this one. May it go up. Alright, go for it. And since I showed up the treasure box, I'll show the other treasure box. Ah. There's everything. Alright. So, yeah. Oops, not continue. It's not what I wanted to do. We'll still go with Chizuru. So, we've done Hijikata, Okita, Saito, Heisuke, Harada, Nagakura, Sanan, Iba, Soma, Sakamoto, Kazuma, which leaves us with just Yukimura and Yamazaki. So, we're doing Yamazaki. Here is our recap. Winter 1864. In order to find my father with whom I lost contact, I, Chizuru Yukimura, visited Kyoto. In that city, I bore witness to a horrifying secret hidden within a group called the Shinsengumi. The Fury, a creature with white hair and crimson eyes. Luckily, I was saved from the vicious clutches of the Furies by the members of the Shinsengumi. Because I had discovered the Shinsengumi secrets, it was proposed that I live with the Shinsengumi men, since they were also searching for my father. I was given the position as the commander's page, and thus my life with the Shinsengumi began. I had heard rumors, well, whispers really, that the Shinsengumi were little more than a bunch of crooked ronin, but my life with them proved otherwise. Their commitment to protect the safety of Kyoto made them the last of a dying breed, true samurai. Among the men was the kind-hearted Yamazaki-san, who often swapped between the roles of scout and medic with equal proficiency and diligence. Because I held some experience with assisting my father in his clinic, Yamazaki-san and I spent a lot of time together overseeing the Shinsengumi's infirmary. A group of demons named Chikage Kazuma, Kyojo Amagiri, and Kyo Shiranui continually sought to interfere with the Shinsengumi at every opportunity. It was later revealed to me that my ancestry traced back to demon lineage, which made me the target of their ire. Luckily, Yamazaki-san had kept me safe. There was no stopping the tide of change, however. The fate of the shogunate was threatened by the Sacho, which later culminated in an inevitable battle for control of the nation. During the Battle of Topo Fushimi, I found myself separated from the Shinsengumi, and only with Yamazaki-san's help had we survived the battle's aftermath. Unfortunately, the battle ended in favor of the Sacho, and the Shinsengumi were driven from Kyoto. They set sail for Edo in hopes of a new start. February 1868. The Shinsengumi was humiliated at the end of the Battle of Toba Fushimi, which initiated their hurried departure from Kyoto to Edo over 2 months span. A new headquarters was established in an old mansion previously owned by one of the former shogunate's Hadamono, which was where we resided. It had been 4 years since I set foot back in Edo. As far as homecomings went, it was anything but. Unlike when I had first arrived in Kyoto, I never quite settled into the compounds here, and my mind often swirled with anxious thoughts. I suppose it was natural, however. The principal reason being that Kondo-san, our beloved chief, was being hospitalized for a serious gun wound in a clinic managed by Matsumoto-sensei. As for Hichikata-san, he had been tirelessly bustling to and from the offices of shogunate officials in Kondo-san's stead. As for Okita, he had been under strict orders from Matsumoto-sensei to recuperate from a serious bronchial illness, giving us even more to worry about. The Shinsengumi were licking their wounds during this fragile period, with both their chief and commander noticeably absent from their new base of operations. On top of having to adjust to new surroundings and adapt to the tensely rising political climate, the sting of defeat was still fresh in everyone's mind. I wondered to myself what would become of the shogunate and, by extension, the Shinsengumi. It was a sentiment that hadn't need repeating, but become increasingly impossible to ignore. We couldn't let our grief fester, and so we carried on, welcoming the dawn of the new year with open arms. I was beginning to grow accustomed to my life here, despite the freezing weather.
では、原田組長と長倉組長は現状に疑問を抱いていないというのですか?
I was sauntering the outskirts of the compound's courtyard when I noticed someone yelling.
だから、そうは言ってねえだろ。俺たちだって言いてえことは山ほどある。けど、ここで騒いでどうなるってんだ。まだ大使の補充すら済んでねえんだぞ。
ですが。
Oh, hello everyone. Is something the matter? Had I stumbled into a heated argument? I chimed in out of concern, hoping to defuse it. Harada, for some reason, fidgeted uncomfortably next to me, responding under his breath.
ああ、千鶴か。いや、ちょっとな。
保証の雪村君か。ちょうどいい。なあ、君も現状に不安を感じないか?
Bother me? In what way?
考えてもみてくれ。局長と副長は江戸に来て以来ずっとこの豚書を留守にしている。かといって命令があるわけでもなく、大使は皆座して待つだけの日々。本当に俺たちはこのままでいいのか? 局長たちは敗戦を機にこの新選組に見切りをつけたんじゃないのか?
Of course not. The Shinsengumi is the most important thing in the world to both Kondo-san and Hijikata-san. In all honesty, it wasn't as though I weren't also anxious from the perceived stagnation with all of our commanding officers absent. But this is the first time in my 4 years with the Shinsengumi had I seen discontent expressed so openly, especially to the captains. The only reason for Kondo-san's absence is because he is still recovering, not for lack of trying. Ichigata-san too is working as often as he can to gather shogunate approval, so that the Shinsengumi can mobilize as quickly as possible.
だが大使に不安が広がっているのは事実だろう。敗戦後の肝心な時期にタイの支柱となるべき方々が留守なのはそれだけで問題だ。
Well...
なあ、どう思う？君だって心の底では。
おっと、そこまでだ。あんまりそいつをいじめんじゃねえ。
Nagakura grabbed the two young warriors by the scruff of their necks and dragged them away, as he should.
組長、何の真似ですか。
ったくさっきからごちゃごちゃとうるせえな。そんなくだらねえ不安なんざうまい酒を浴びるほど飲んだら記憶ごときれいさっぱり消えちまったの。
お前らの言いたいこともわかるけどな。不安や恐れってのは伝染するもんだ。そうそう口にするもんじゃねえ。男としての株が下がっちまうぜ。
つうことでてめえら綺麗なお姉ちゃんがいる店に連れてってやるからありがたく思え。
わかりました。わかりましたから首が。
悪いな千鶴。俺もあいつらの相手をしてくる。実際あいつらの心配も的外れってわけでもね。今はこうして不満を抑え込んじゃいるが、いつまでもこのままってわけにはいかねえぞ。
The tone of Harada's prediction made me question to whom he may have been referring to. Harada nodded curtly before skipping off to join the boys heading into town, and my eyes dropped to the floor wistfully. If my memory served me correctly, those two soldiers were members of the 1st Division. Oh! Okita would never have tolerated their behavior. In fact, I imagine Okita's eyes thinning with cynicism before brutally scolding them. Maybe even, shoving their faces to the floor until they get a bloody nose. Absolutely wasn't something that happened with Okita in real life. Oh.
Hello.
Hi.
Oh,
You are here.
yeah, finally, I know.
And I hear Echo.
Do you?
I did for a second.
Uh,
No, I don't. Ah. Yeah, go back, please. So
hold on. There, after a quick fashion. Where is it? There it is. Okay, I don't think it'll happen again tonight.
let me exchange something. No, that's not the thing I'm looking for. Where's the thing? I just need to... Where's sound? Please let me control the sound of these things. There we go. Ah! Are you ready, midget?
As ready as I'll ever be.
You said you wanted to do it.
It was just... Hey, it's been a long day, okay?
Okay, fine. Oh shit, the results.
As ready as...
We can do it.
The results?
Yeah, Splatfest's over, and it's been 2 hours.
Oh!
Yeah. Nah, I'm not looking at Twitter, so we can do it at the end. Anyway, had he lived, also wouldn't have entertained the pervasive doubt plaguing our men, and instead would have diffused it with kind of reassurance. But here in Edo, neither were with us. Things were changing for better or worse, faster than we could cope. Ever since the Battle of Toba Fushimi, the cracks were beginning to show in the Shinsengumi. I felt helpless watching all of my preconceptions melt about the group.
What the fuck?
What happened?
Well, my internet is down and so I'm hotspotting on my phone.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Ha!
So I'm not sure if this is gonna happen tonight or not.
Oh my god, okay. I guess you could go figure it out. I don't know. Something happened. Unless Blue somehow cursed you. Anyway. I felt helpless, watching all of my preconceptions melt about the group, so I ambled back inside the compound, slumped and confused.
Hold down.
Huh?
Great.
Regardless of how...
So I'm still gonna be hot spotting. Cool.
Oh boy, that's fun.
I know. Yeah. Well, what can you do?
Me. Regardless of how depressed I was beginning to feel, there was no shortage of chores to complete. The only other pages in the Shinsengumi, Soma and Nomura, were often tending to both Kondo-san and Hijikata-san as guards away from the compounds. Which meant, of course, that I was left behind to handle the growing list of responsibilities alone. Pardon me, Heisuke, are you awake in there? Days were shorter during the winter season, and before I knew it, an amber sunset shone from the corner of the windowsills behind me in the hallway.
Yeah, that is not gonna work. Let's try this one. See if it will do anything.
What are you doing exactly?
Switching the devices the stream is on.
Oh. I had finished folding each of the warriors' clothes and was visiting each room to drop them off. Your kimonos are dry, so I went ahead and folded them for you.
Yes,
No?
Okay, I think this might work if I switch to the actual phone. Alright.
No. Well, we're gonna try it, because there's gonna be a line. We'll see what happens. Your kimonos are dry, so I went ahead and folded them
No,
for
it's
you.
not even doing it either. Fuck!
Ah, well.
Okay, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I still got my browser. This is the last big ditch effort. If this doesn't work, then fuck. Yes, I know. Shut up. Alright, try it, I guess?
Let's see.
Okay, yeah, you're moving. Alright. Oh, sweet, thanks! Mind leaving them there for me?
Heisuke seemed distracted, shifting his eyes uneasily towards his folded hands. Upon closer inspection, however, I saw a leather-bound notebook laid on the floor. Beside it was a pile of what looked like to be shredded tree roots, ground and sifted onto the floor. Could that be... Is that Ishida medicinal powder?
違う。いくら江戸に戻ってきたからってそんなもん煎じたりしねえって。
Waiting for it to catch up.
Oh wow, that's...
And no! I know we're in Edo and all, but I never use that stuff.
これはこの間会った時、松本先生が教えてくれた薬で。
I know I never use that stuff. Come on. I met with Dr. Matsumoto last week and he showed me how to make this.
羅刹の吸血衝動を抑制する薬だそうですよ。
Where the fuck did you come from?
What?
You'll see.
Oh, if I am not mistaken, it is a suppressant intended for mitigating bloodlust symptoms in a fury. Oh, hi, Sonnen, you snake.
Oh, こんばんは、Sonnen-san.
むしろおはようございますですね。私たち羅刹隊の仕事はこれからですから。
Oh boy. Perhaps good morning would be more fitting. The Fury Corps assumed their duties at sundown.
It is a more massive delay than we thought.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Oh, yeah.
And no resetting of
Is
router can
it-
help? Have I lost him? Like everything else following our return to Edo, the Furious predicament hadn't improved. Considering how severely Shinzengumi forces were depleted after their defeat, the Fury Corps were the sole defensive unit still capable of fighting.
Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna be able to help with this, so you're just gonna have to go on, I guess. I'll still be in here, but you're gonna have to go on.
Shit. Well, you could.
I hate to do it. There could be some commentary,
Yeah.
I guess.
Maybe it'll come back.
All
I don't
right.
know. There's always a chance it'll come back.
Yeah, maybe.
Anyway, we should continue on as we normally do with this shit.
Yeah.
With morale at an all-time low, the Furies were entrusted with guard duties around the compounds.
東堂君もおはようございます。またその薬を調合していたのですか。
俺にとっちゃどうしても必要なもんだからな。
私としては一時しのぎ、無駄なあがきだと思いますがね。
そんなことねえよ。
Sanan-san had clearly... eh?
I was just reading the text.
Oh. What?
Nah, I don't know. It's just tired after today and this. Not being able to...
Not being able to do the thing you were looking forward to?
Yeah.
I know. I was supposed to have a meeting today. That didn't happen. Anyway. Sanan-san had clearly struck a nerve with Heisuke, the latter of whom thinned his eyes scathingly. However, Sanan-san was unfazed by... I thought I saw something crawling on my mic again. Last time it was a spider, a very tiny spider that I left alone so it could eat anything in my room. However, Sanan-san was unfazed by his gesture and slumped his shoulders.
まあいいでしょう。君や山崎君のやり方に文句を言うつもりはありません。今は好きなようにすればいい。最終的に行き着く先は同じですから。
Yamazaki-san? Is Yamazaki-san taking this medicine as well?
ああ、いや、一応この薬は渡してあるけど、そんな心配する必要ないよ。ラセスになったのもつい最近の話だし、まだ発作を起こしてない。
I see. Because I had been standing presently in front of Sanan-san and Heisuke, I thought it distasteful to show relief, but it was still something to celebrate.
闇に生き、闇に死ぬ。ああ、何もかも今更だ。
I immediately recalled a memory of the battle. Yamazaki-san had willingly consumed the water of life in a valiant effort to keep myself and Hijikata-san safe. This was unbeknownst to everyone else, and so Yamazaki-san resumed his duties and lifestyle as usual, despite the punishing side effects of his affliction. Because the watch operated primarily in the shadows of night, no one, save for the captains, noticed anything different about his behavior. I took notice, however, that he frequented the compounds less and less often during the day, which I couldn't help but feel forlorn about. For now, his focus was solely on escorting Hijikata-san at night, bouncing between meetings with the shogunate vessels without a moment of respite. There was no one to blame, of course, but it bore mentioning that the mood was sullen without him. I cupped my hands over my heart. I pined to hear Yamazaki-san's soft, gentle voice. In such a period of unrest for the Shinsengumi, surely Yamazaki-san's disposition and smile would be warmly received, if not dearly needed. Of course, far be it from me to ask him to abandon his duties, which were bigger than anyone here. But was it too much to ask for just a glimpse of him? Was missing him such a crime? I ran through a mental checklist of my remaining chores, of which there were none. I had entered the wee hours of the morning without realizing. Jesus!
Wow.
She went through the entire... Okay, she was that worried that she hyper-fixated on something. I dozed off coolly in between chores, and before I knew it, dawn was breaking from the east. Oh, I crept out of bed, tiptoeing so as to not wake any of the men, before walking towards the entrance gate. Should be any minute now. Normally they would arrive at this time. With each word I spoke, a plume of white vapor followed soon after. The frost was piercingly cold, and my eyes shifted nervously as I listened for any audible signs of people approaching. At last I heard the footsteps of what sounded like a pair sauntering back to the compounds. Oh! Welcome back! Hijikata-san, Yamazaki-san!
雪村君、今朝も待っていてくれたのか。
出迎えはいらねえと言っただろうが、こんな寒いのに風邪ひいても知らねえぞ。
I apologize for worrying you, but I couldn't help but hope that the two of you returned safely. Hijikata-san stuck his foot into the door of every Bakushin office in Edo, keeping Yamazaki-san right behind him as a guard, which kept them well until morning. So, stuck his foot in the door or kicked down the door?
Huh.
I had to repay them for their diligence, especially considering how exhausted they must have been. I took a deep bow in front of them, to which Hijikata-san responded with a wry smile. I've prepared a kettle of warm tea and breakfast for the two of you. Please enjoy before you rest.
たく、まああるもんはありがたくいただくけどよ。
Someone has to keep the two of you alive.
おい山崎、行くぞ。お前も夕方からほとんど何も食ってねえだろ。
いえ、俺は結構です。今日は疲れているので、そのまま休ませてもらいます。
Wait, what?
So this is the best boy right here?
Yes, best boy!
Alright.
For a second, Yamazaki-san's brow furrowed, and he scurried away before responding. I said, Wait! Mate! Perhaps because the conversation I had with Sana-san and Heisuke was a foreboding prediction, I was overcome with a sudden bout of anxiety, causing me to grab a hold of Yamazaki-san's arm instinctively. Oh,
悪いが、話してくれないか。疲れていると言ったはずだが。
But you have to eat while you still can, or you're going to feel awful when you wake up.
それは、まあそうだが。
Besides, Yamazaki-san, you of all people should know how important tending to your health needs are. Neglecting your health would be hypocritical for someone with your line of work.
おい山崎、 はお前の負けだ。おとなしく言うことを聞いとけ。
しかし副長、
ぐだぐだ言うんじゃねえ。飯も食えねえほど眠いわけじゃねえだろう。俺は先に部屋に戻ってる。悪いが俺の分は後で持ってきてくれ。
Oh, sure. Immediately following Hijikata-san's departure, Yamazaki-san's eyes darted towards me. Oh, goody! His expression, however, was more inviting than the previous moment.
まったく君も心配性だな。では俺もまず戻って着替えよう。副長同様、俺も部屋に食事を頼む。
I'm bringing something that will warm up your bones in no time. Thankfully, I had the foresight of placing a tray over their meals, so they weren't too cooled. Smart.
Yes.
I
We
heard-
do that all the time.
Smart. I hurried over to Yamazaki-san's room, practically skipping through the hall as I found his door. Hopefully quiet skipping so you don't wake up everybody that's there. Pardon me, Yamazaki-san. I brought your dinner here for you. Please enjoy. I neatly arranged a tray of rice porridge, steam rising from its warm bowl, with pickled vegetables and miso soup beside it. Rice porridge. Hopefully these flavors would be agreeable enough not to upset his stomach, and after stepping into the room, I placed a tray in front of him.
宣告はすまなかった。
Yamazaki-san appeared in far better spirits, beaming as he put his nose towards the food and wafted in its scents before bowing respectfully towards me.
寒い中、わざわざ出迎えてくれた君に失礼な態度だった。許してくれ。
Oh, you have nothing to apologize for. I can only imagine how exhausted you must feel. But I couldn't help but notice how upset you looked. Is everything okay?
話したところで、あまり気分のいい話ではないぞ。
The fuck? But talking through issues might help you process whatever happened. So, please. If there's anything bothering you, I want to do whatever I can to help, even just a little bit. As I spoke, I was gently pouring tea from the kettle into Yamazaki-san's cup, and our hands softly grazed each other as I handed it towards him. His precocious eyes widened as we touched, which triggered him to begin speaking his piece.
俺は怒っていたわけじゃない。ただ、悔しいんだ。先日の戦いで大敗を喫したことで、幕府の中では新政府を名乗る敵軍に恭順しようという動きが出てきている。現在の状況で戦って勝つのは難しい。ならばどうにか折り合いをつけて戦を避けようという話だ。
Hold on a second.
Uh-oh.
Never mind. We're good. That seems sensible, but a little optimistic.
そうだな。仮に交渉の結果、戦自体は避けられたとしても、実質的には敗北を認めたようなもの。おそらく多くの点で奴らの要求を飲む羽目になるのは間違いない。例えば幕府の解体、将軍家の処刑に賠償の要求。どこまで踏み込んでくるかわからないが、奴らは幕府側が思っているほど甘くはない。
So, what's Hijikata-san's take on all of this?
無論幕府を守るために 他に道はないと徹底抗戦を働きかけている。だがほぼ相手にされていないのが現状だ。土方副長が必死に頭を下げ、言葉を尽くして説得して回っても、前線に出たことすらない幕臣たちにすげなく追い返され、無視を決め込まれ、あるいは時流も読めぬと罵られる。
Yamazaki-san's respect for Hijikata-san was clear as day. Suddenly, his earlier behavior was totally justified, and I could only imagine his feelings watching Hijikata-san be treated with such wanton disrespect. To see someone taunted for holding an opinion? I wondered to myself how agonizing it must have been for Yamazaki-san, who could only sit and watch. Yamazaki-san.
奴らはもう諦めている。自分が傷ついた上での結論ならわかるが、戦場に身をさらすまでもなく。なら俺たちが戦ったのは何のためだ。俺たちは何を守るために戦ったんだ。
Yamazaki-san suddenly pounded his fist into the floor, shaking violently as his anger escalated. My eyes fell to the floor. I stood helplessly, letting the gravity of his diatribe sit on my shoulders. If I may, perhaps some of the members who are against the fighting are merely trying to find stability in this period of transition. It seems like they're taking the defeat very close to heart and are waiting for the right time to retaliate.
ならば、井上さんたちは犬死にか。
His eyes glowed with contempt. I hadn't seen such vitriol burning inside of him since we watched Inoue die in front of us.
あの時俺たちを裏切った淀藩も同じだ。仮に内心でどう考えていたにせよ。あの戦いで城の門を閉ざし、敗残兵を受け入れなかったのは、首を新政府側に売り渡す気だったのは明白。
Man, Yamazaki's going all out.
Yeah.
自分の身の安全を保障するため、新政府軍に恭順しようとしている。
Yamazaki-san balled his hand into tight fists, shutting his eyes as he condemned our former allies.
俺は今も目を閉じるたびに思い出すんだ。あの鳥羽伏見で見た光景を。絶望する仲間たち、響く銃声、そして井上さんの体から滴る赤い血。
Yamazaki-san? I stepped closer to him timidly, reaching my hand out before I saw his pupils stretch in dilation. He clutched a hand over his chest, struggling not to heave in staggered, short breaths. Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached round 1. It's true! Soon the veins in Yamazaki-san's forehead bulged, and he grimaced as he moved his hand over to his bicep where he sunk his fingernails into his flesh. His gulp punctuated the room's tense atmosphere. Yamazaki-san! Yamazaki clawed at his throat before screaming loud, vigorously scratching his skin in agony. That sounds way too familiar to something. There was something familiar about this scene. I remembered my first night in Kyoto ever. I shuddered at the musty scent of blood evoked by the sight of Yamazaki-san's abject suffering. Surely he would overcome these symptoms. Yamazaki-san was different from the other Furies. Or At least, this was what I had told myself. The
Oh,
chance...
how unfortunate. You have a semi-seer. I have a shades.
The chances, however, were slim to none.
Dig. Oh, you're gonna lick me? Okay. Oh, and you got the pair of hacks off. Fuck you.
Having fun over there?
Okay, I'm gonna have to switch out then.
Yamazaki seemed intent on gouging his heart out. Jesus. Gouging his heart out. I began to panic, watching his pain unfold without any idea of how to proceed. I decided to... And, say it with me now.
Yamazaki, please.
No.
Am I right?
Yeah, I mean... We give him blood, damn it. Please. God fucking damn it. We give him
the medicine.
We give him blood.
Oh, you give him blood?
Yes! Why wouldn't it be? It has been the answer.
Okay, to be fair, this is like my first actual exposure to him other than SSL.
Yes, but this is to get the good ending. With every other person that's become a fury, it's give him blood.
Okay, here you go.
With trembling hands, Yamazaki-san pulled a block of powder, wrapped in parchment, from his pocket. I recognized it as the same medicine Heisuke had. Although I hadn't seen it in its completed form, I was skeptical that it would be of any use. I had to make sure. Will that medicine work? I suddenly recalled Sun and Sun's dismissal of the medicine. He called it a waste of time. Every second moved at a glacial pace. Hundreds of beads of sweat pooled at the top of Yamazaki's forehead, inciting more panic for me. Would Yamazaki-san have to endure this pain for any longer? Could I honestly bear the thought of watching him writhe in agony without any possible solution? I couldn't stand to watch a second longer. Give me a minute. There was no time to hesitate. I heard the hiss of metal as I steadily unsheathed my kodachi, hoping to soothe Yamazaki-san's pain however possible. I felt a sting as I slipped the kodachi across the back of my palm.
Ugh.
Yeah. His nose perked.
Not a fan, no.
His nose perked, sniffing with the fervor of a feral dog, fixating on the drops tickling down my arm. With a small grin, I calmly offered the hand to him, hoping his bloodlust would satiate. Please, take it. Of course I am. If it helps you in any capacity, then that's all that matters to me. Please, suck my blood. Offering a fury fresh blood was surely too sweet of a temptation to pass up. The tongue in Yamazaki-san's mouth seemed ready to flick out at a moment's notice, but he restrained himself. Okay. The moment his moist tongue met my hand, the rest of my body shivered like the ripple of water. There was a tepidness to its movement, as if it were scared to lick, but it imbued me with warmth. It was fighting the urge to lap up my blood, despite it being what he voraciously craved, and took mere sips. Yamasaki-san, if you'd like, you could keep...
やめてくれ。今は何も言わないでくれ。
That's what she wanted to say.
Yeah.
You could suck harder if you wanted.
Oh my god!
If I had uttered these words, then perhaps it would have set him off. So I stood there, waiting for him to finish drinking my blood and soothe all that ailed him. And we're done with that. February was drawing to a close. It would be some time before the spring brought with it rays of sparkling sunshine, so the wintry morning caressed us with a chill, tingling breeze.
いやいや、こうしてみんなと会うと、ずいぶん長く留守にしていた気がするな。
Dad's back.
気がするなじゃねえよ近藤さん。実際何ヶ月ぶりだと思ってんだ。
いない間、こっちはだいぶ大変だったんだぜ。
うん。その説はみんなにも迷惑をかけた。俺がいなかったばかりに、鳥羽伏見では太陽配送の浮き目に合わせてしまったし、改めて謝罪をさせてくれ。留守にしていてすまなかった。
There is a bug on my monitor!
Oh no!
Go away. Go away. Go.
There's a spider that was anxious to make your acquaintance.
No, it wasn't a spider. It was a tiny ass little fruit fly.
I know there's a spider that would love to make that fruit fly's acquaintance.
Yeah, I don't know where it is. It went somewhere. A bustling, whimsical energy fluttered through the lively voices echoing all around the compounds, filling it with a well-missed warmth. Hold on. Can you go away, sir? Sir, go fuck away. Find somewhere else. The top... Ah! It's there! Do I have to squish you on my monitor? I don't want to do that because it's my monitor. Go up, go up, go up, go up, go up. Motherfucker. Go. Okay, it flew to my shelf and I squished it. It's dead now.
Oh, good.
The topic of discussion, of course, was the return of Isami Kondo, the Shinsegumi's beloved chief, who had been seriously injured in Kyoto. He scanned his surroundings with thin eyes, proudly beaming in front of his men.
それで局長、負傷された肩の具合は
Lines of worry furrowed on Saito-san's tired face, but Kondo-san resolutely answered him with a smile.
まだ本調子とは言い難いが、それでもだいぶ回復してきているよ。なんなら試しに稽古でもしてみるかね。俺としても久々に体を動かしたいからな。
ダメです局長。松本先生に無茶するなと言われたばかりのはずです。
だがちょっとぐらい。
そう局長が言い始めたら何が何でも止めろって松本先生から言われてるんですよ。
Soma, Nomura, keep Kondo-san in check, please. I beg of you.
Yeah, a little bit of sparring that will make, keep him distracted.
Absolutely won't make his arm worse.
少 少しくらいならいいと思うんだがな。
Everyone in the room smiled in response to Kondo-san's playful pouting, myself included. With our chief and commander back, the Shinsengumi was fully assembled for the first time in months. It was the promise of hope in a despairing time, and luckily I wasn't the only one who noticed. From the corner of my eye, I watched Yamazaki-san leaning against the wall with a grin on his face. And the sight of Kondo-san returning is surely cause for a celebration, right, Yamazaki-san?
ああ、やはり局長がいるだけでタイの雰囲気は全く違ってくる。だからこそ我々新選組は局長を守らなければならないんだ。たとえこの身を張ってでも。
I never once questioned if I'd chosen the right path. Yamazaki-san uttered a sentiment that I too shared, and with my head held high, I smiled with him.
さて、そろそろいい頃合いだな。近藤さん、本題に入ろう。
Oh, great business.
おお、そうだったな。それでは改めて聞いてくれ。俺の復帰を祝ってくれるのも嬉しいが、実はもう一つ朗報があってだな。
朗報と言いますと。
Shimada was the first one to speak amidst the group of men murmuring quietly, prompting Kondo-san to respond in a pointed, stern tone of voice.
皆が身をもって知った通り、我々新選組は苦い敗北を経験した。新政府軍の連中はこちらを破ったことでますます勢いづき、江戸へと向かってきているらしい。そこで我々はこれより甲府へ向かい、賊軍を迎え撃つ運びとなった。それに伴い新選組は紅葉鎮部隊と改める。
甲府で敵を迎え撃つとなると、おそらくは甲府城になりますね。
ああ、甲府城に入り、少数の手勢で敵と渡り合う算段だな。
ですが、籠城にも最低限の兵力は必要です。負傷者が多い現状では手が足りるかどうか。
With Kondo-san's sudden order came the influx of questions, many of which cast a doubt on the feasibility of organizing a large-scale siege. Nonetheless, Kondo-san answered them patiently, his shoulders relaxed in his loose-fitting clothing.
いやあ、案ずることはないぞ。幕府からは大量に資金や武器弾薬が支給される手はずとなっている。それに甲府城を確保した暁にはなんと我々に10万石をくださるそうだ。
10万？10万石といえば大大名だぞ。それはあれだ。つまり局長は城持ちの大名ってことになるのか。
あ。Uh-oh. Something has happened.
What?
What?
I'm not sure what happened either.
What? The fuck?
Right, I know it was me and everything, but still. Is it because of the fact that it's on a hot spot currently and it,
Still not
I
back,
really
huh?
hope this stops soon. Alright, well, regardless, I got the Emolga like you wanted me to.
Emolga! Yay!
もろんうまくいけばの話だがな。
おいおい、本気かよ。俺たちは殿様の家臣ってことだよな。くぅ、ついてきてよかった。
Aspirations of becoming esteemed members of society were in no short supply to the fledgling members of the Shinsengumi. Kono-san's dream had always burned the brightest, and the room broke into uproarious applause. The celebrations following Kono-san's announcement carried on for some time, allowing us in the room to bask in the glow of his accomplishment. Afterwards, the meeting ended and most of the men filed out of the room in positive spirits. The Shinsengumi captains tentatively remained, however, discussing the night's events with both Sanan-san and Heisuke included.
なるほど。紅葉珍部隊ですか。
甲府の城を治めたら10万石。そんなうまい話、本当に信用できんのかよ。
まあそうだな。士気の上がってる大使たちの手前、あの場じゃ言わなかったが、今回の話ってのは裏があると見るのが自然だろう。
無論それだけ我々へ期待していると言えなくもないだろうが、そもそも命令を下したのが今まで新政府軍との衝突を避けようとしてきた幕府上層部となると。
甲府行きは手のいい厄介払い。つまりはそういうことだろう。
お前らの懸念ももっともだ。実際徹底抗戦を叫んでる俺たちを遠ざけておきたいってのはあるだろう。とはいえ今の俺たちには甲府行きをやめるという選択肢はない。
つまりあえて思惑に乗るというのですか。
At least they're discussing about Kofu this time.
Yeah.
Great.
奴らの思惑がどうあろうと、これは甲府城を手に入れる千載一遇の機会だ。あの城にこもって戦えば敵の数が多かろうが勝機は出てくる。そしてその戦で勝利を収めりゃ、
生還を決め込んでる連中も公戦派に傾くかもしれねえってことか。
All of the captains began nodding to one another in solemn agreement. Thankfully, the tension seemed to ease and the notion of hope was gradually being restored. Of course, success was no easy guarantee. But
俺は賛成です。逆転の目があるとすればそれしかない。敗北に次ぐ敗北で幕府の重鎮には諦めが漂っています。だが一度でいい。ここで我々が一度勝利しておけばまだ戦えるとの何よりの証明となるはず。
because Yamazaki-san contributing to discussion was such a rarity, everyone in the room fell silence. No sooner after he spoke had all of them nodded in small but enthusiastic support.
10万石に目がくらんでるだけなら反対だったんだがな。
そこまで考えてるならその賭けに乗ってやるのも悪くねえな。
Somehow that convinced both Nagakura and Harada.
俺も異論はない。戦況を変えるのに他に手はないだろうからな。
それではこちらも羅刹隊の準備を整えましょう。
Around the room, some were in strong agreement. Others remained quiet but nodded sternly. Their collective murmurs hummed as Sanan-san curled his lips into a satisfied grin. Before Sanan-san could exit the room, however, Ichikata-san shook his head, beckoning his friends to stay back.
待ってくれ、三男さん。羅刹隊は江戸に残す。
なぜです？徹底的な勝利が求められる状況では我々ほどの適任はいないと思いますが。
別に羅刹隊の力を疑ってるわけじゃねえ。ただ昼に行動できねえ羅刹は行軍には不向きだ。
そりゃみんなと足並み揃えるってわけにはいかねえけど。そ
れに新規の大使を補充すりゃ どうしたって羅刹の存在が漏れちまう可能性は増えてくる。だから今回羅刹隊は残していく。三男さんならわかるだろう。
Hijikata-san's expression was unwavering as he spoke. I stood fearfully off to the side, watching Sanan-san carefully contemplate a response with a glare.
なるほど。やはり我々は歴史の表舞台に立つ資格はないということですか。
Sanan-san warped his face in sadness, curtly spinning his heel to storm away from the room. The conversation amongst the captains, Hijikata-san and Kondo-san, carried on for just a bit longer, but the hour was fast approaching midnight and everyone bid farewell before retiring to their rooms. When the clock struck 12, the only ones remaining were Hijikata-san, Heisuke, Yamazaki-san, and myself. The evening has slipped from our fingers. Where did the time go?
俺と東堂さんはともかく、副長や雪村君はそろそろ休まねば明日に差し支えるのでは。
このくらいどうってことねえ。それより平助、お前に頼みがある。
なんだよ急に。
さっき言った通り、今回の甲府域に羅刹隊は置いていく。その際、残していく羅刹隊の様子を見といてもらいたい。
それは三男さんを見張れってことか。
ああ、さっきもそうだが、最近の三男さんは気がせいてるみたいだから。
Suddenly, Heisuke's expression dropped.
わかった。近頃の三男さん、妙に外で動きたがって変だったんだよな。では、俺も東堂さんに協力して羅刹隊を監視すればよろしいですか。
いや、悪いが山崎には情報収集のために無理を押して甲府に同行してもらう。新八や原田の言ってた通り、幕府が俺たちに城を与えるなんざ罠があるとしか思えねえ。
Ah, yes, Hijikata is a trap, and you're walking right into it.
No, don't do it!
But Yamazaki-san can't be in the sunlight for long.
心配は無用だ。羅刹といっても日の光に耐えられないことはない。
すまねえな。
With Heisuke ordered to watch after the Fury Corps, and Yamazaki-san joining the Koyo Regulatory Company, that left me as the only one without instructions, and Hijikata-san then turned to face me.
で、雪村、お前の扱いについてだが。
May I accompany you to Kofu?
Shall we?
Wait, Hijikata-san, I have a favor to ask of you. Before he could finish his thought, I blurted out. I was well aware of my position here. Participating in battle was out of the question, given that I was more than a burden on the field. But even so, remaining silent was equally out of the question. Please allow me to accompany you to Kofu.
ダメだ。お前もこの間見ただろう。あれが戦ってもんの現実だ。相手を殺し、同じように殺される。その覚悟があるやつだけがいる場所だ。間違っても、ただの町娘だったお前がいていい場所じゃねえ。
Hijikata-san was interrogating me with only his eyes, as if he were calling my memories from my face. In fact, my hands began trembling uncontrollably as the battle of Toba Fushimi replayed in my head. Hearing Hijikata-san answer with such conviction reminded me of how little I had wanted to experience the stench and horror of that scene. But even so, beyond my fear of death and my trepidation to witness suffering beyond my imagination, there was something more pertinent pulling me to Kofu. It was. Still, I want to go. There's someone I'm worried about. Glass over, Yamazaki. He immediately reacted to what I had been getting at. With a troubled grin, Yamazaki-san darted his eyes towards me, timidly clearing his throat before facing Hijikata-san to speak.
副長、東堂さん、俺からも一つ言わせてください。俺はこたびの戦に雪村君を連れて行くべきだと思います。
山崎君、本気で言ってんの？千鶴は戦えねえんだぞ。
Oh, I learned something today while looking at the Steam forums and shit.
What?
Apparently in Kyoto Winds, if you do put in Chizuru, they do say the name. But for some reason in the Steam version, it doesn't.
Huh.
It does in the Vita version. Steam, not so much, and I have zero clue why. I hate that that's a fact. I'm gonna get my hands on the Vita version and see if that's actually true, but if it is, fuck.
Fuck off.
Yeah.
戦えずともできることはあります。刀を振るっての戦いが全てではない。以前、とある人が教えてくれた言葉です。
Were those my words?
Quite possibly. I don't know. I'm gonna go get water.
Okay. As if he were reading my mind, Yamazaki-san looked at me from his peripheral subtly and winked.
彼女の戦いは武士のものとは違う。負傷した者を救護し、癒し、守ること。事実、鳥羽伏見の戦でも彼女の世話になった大使はかなりの数に上るはずです。だから、副長、お願いします。どうか彼女も同行させてください。
Yes, please. I beg of you. I promise that I won't cause any trouble.
たく、頑固なところは誰に似たんだか。とはいえ、猫の手も借りてえのは確かだしな。
Ichigata-san heaved a giant sigh, fed up with what I was sure he perceived as whining, and nodded at me.
身の安全については保証できねえぞ。それでもいいならついてこい。
The conversation left me feeling flushed with heat, so I entered the courtyard, allowing the refreshing breeze to cool me underneath the twilight. I wondered for a minute, noticing the blades of grass poking through the stone on the floor as I ventured back towards my bedroom. Soon, I saw Yamazaki-san sauntering similarly around the inner yard, and I called out to him. Hey, Yamazaki-san. Thank you for earlier.
何がだ?
I meant about asking to include me in the caravan for Kofu. I was sure you'd be against it. Yamazaki-san had always expressed a dire interest in my safety, and assured that I was always protected. For someone like me, who had always thrust herself into near-death situations, I could likely credit that fact that I am still alive to Yamazaki-san's vigilant sense of duty, which is more than I could have ever asked for. But one question lingered in the back of my mind. It was puzzling to think that he would not only allow, but support my intention to leave for Kofu.
そうだな。今までの俺だったらきっといい顔はしなかっただろう。何を好き好んで君を危険な場所に連れて行かなければならないのかと。
Then why?
どこまでも一緒についてきてくれるんだろう。
A dazzling ray of moonlight glinted beautifully on Yamazaki-san's profile, revealing the smirk on his face. My eyes dropped downwards, peeking at the fact that our hands were now touching one another. I was unsure if he initiated the contact or if I did. But he took the next step, interlocking his thin, slender fingers into mine. Our hands were entwined, basking in the warmth of each other's skin.
言うまでもないとは思うが、甲府での戦いは間違いなく激戦となる。だから君は一人でも多くのものを救ってくれ。二度と表に出られなくなった俺の分まで。
Despair gripped my heart with abandon. I hoped he wouldn't dwell on such terrible things, but I bit my tongue. No matter how much I denied it to myself, Yamazaki belonged to another realm, embedded in shadows. Instead of focusing on the negative, however, I decided to offer a more comforting sentiment. I don't think that'll be the case forever, though. If humans could be turned into Furies, then maybe one day Furies could eventually be transformed back to humans. Hello. Hello, sir.
My chair decided to catch a hold of the cord my phone was on and throw it on the floor.
Oh! Brilliant!
Yeah, I know.
Chair's a genius.
To be fair, I got it a while back, so I'm thinking it's like a toddler at this point.
Oh my god. So we now know two toddlers, don't we?
Wait, who's the other one?
My computer, Crimson Garnet.
Alright.
Though now she's 3. Her upgrade was 3 years ago.
Oh.
Yeah.
Alright.
She's still a war machine.
Alright.
He neither confirmed nor denied my suggestion. He merely smiled, albeit faintly, off to the side. It was a melancholic smile, one intended to placate me. Out of instinct, I squeezed his hand tightly, clinging to its warmth like it was life-giving. The fuck's going on over there?
Shit, I had water and I mixed it with a drink powder.
Oh. Nice. Flavored water. And now we're on to chapter 2. March 1st, 1868. Thick blankets of snow covered the icy ground, but the Shinsengumi, now named the Koyo Regulatory Company, plowed through them en route to Kofu. I, however, was stuck in my own head far too often. My biggest concern was that our soldiers, numbering in the region of 200 strong, were hurriedly gathered together, unused to rigid military standards. Bleh. Most of the men, out of an eagerness to fill their empty pockets with cash, lacked the skill, decorum, and morale befitting warriors of the Shinsengumi.
Lacking decorum? Okay.
If it were enough to get us into the castle, I thought, then all we would need to do is hold it. Never mind having to engage in a full-scale conflict in Kofu. Nevertheless, I found it impossible to shake these worrisome thoughts during our convoy's travels. Days had passed since we last caught sight of Edo, and the Koyo Regulatory Company trudged along. My eyes meandered on the snow, which neatly covered areas around tree trunks and shoulders. I see no snow, only grass.
お、いたいた。おーい、雪村先輩。
ん？
ほら先輩、見てくれよ。似合ってんだろ。
野村！
野村、服を見せびらかす前にもっと言うべきことがあるだろう。失礼しました。このバカの言葉遣いについては後でじっくりと説教をしておきますので。
Oh, I don't mind at all, but when did all of you change uniforms?
ええ、俺たちも洋式の戦いになれろという副長からのお達しですから。
Alongside the change in name, the Shinsengumi underwent a major aesthetic change as well. It was reflective of this new era, a shift that truly marked a step in becoming the Koyo Regulatory Company. Their new uniforms were sleek and stylish, forming to its wearer's body with a tight black fabric. Speaking to them from afar led me to believe that I was conversing with someone I'd never met before.
どうされました雪村君。
Oh, no, just adjusting to the sight. Everyone looks so different.
俺もまだ窮屈でなれませんが、これも時代の流れというやつでしょう。例外は局長や雪村君、それと山崎君ぐらいですね。
I hate this.
What happened?
Yamazaki doesn't get a uniform. He does not get a Western. Please. He doesn't get a Western uniform. Ah! True. In fact, I was asking Yamazaki-san earlier if he was going to change his uniform, but he said,
表に出る必要のない俺が新しい衣装を用意する必要はないだろう。
I mean, he's right. He seemed a little opposed to the idea. In all honesty, I was a little disheartened. She is as well! She is disappointed, much like I am.
Oh, wow.
It was a tad selfish of me, but I was convinced that Yamazaki-san would have looked incredibly handsome in it, given his slender figure. Shimada must have caught on to my disappointment, forming a playful smirk on his lips. Yeah, you're the one that witnessed something.
それでしたら、戦が終わった後で雪村君が見立ててあげればいいのでは？
Me? Pick out his clothes?
ええ、君の見立てだったらきっと喜んでくれると思います。
Well, well, fucking well.
What?
The fact that Yamazaki wants you to pick out his clothes? Huh.
Well, Shimada's the one that suggested it. But that's in the future, don't worry. It's an absolutely brilliant scene.
Noted.
It had been quite some time since I melded in trends related to fashion, so my confidence in the latter was rather lacking. Shimada was nudging me with his friendly smile, and I couldn't help but purse my lips in contemplation. Shimada is the wingman.
Yeah.
I wondered to myself, what sort of clothes did men look best in? Ne, Soma, Nomura, if someone were to pick out your clothes for you, what do you think you'd want?
俺ですか。そうですね。やはり機能性を重視したものがいいかと。ですが 蜂金やどう鎖片びらがなくても平気かどうか不安だらけです。
Soma. No.
俺はもちろんかっこよくて強そうなやつ。すげえ派手で敵がビビるような。
Neither of their opinions were helpful, as was expected. Ah, poor puppies.
Well, I mean, they're not wrong. It does need to be stylish and functionable.
Yes. Oh, Saito-san. I apologize if we were being too loud or disruptive.
構わん。適度な緊張感は必要だが、ただ張り詰めていればいいというものではない。だが騒ぐのはここまでだな。そろそろ石膏に出ている山崎が戻ってくる頃だ。
I gulped, imagining how awkward it would have been had Yamazaki-san overheard our conversation. But just then, as was summoned by serendipity, the subject of our conversation appeared from the tip of the trail. Wonderful. Eh?
Hello! There we go.
Hello, Yamazaki-san. How'd everything go? Silence. Yamazaki-san?
どうした？何かあったのか？
悪い知らせです。
Everyone immediately froze. Yamazaki-san curtly avoided his gaze, purposely restraining himself as he delivered his news in a hushed tone.
我らが目指す甲府城はすでに新政府軍の手に落ちています。
As the words were uttered from Yamazaki-san's mouth, they spread through our ranks like wildfire. The captains attempted to maintain order despite a demoralizing revelation, but it was to no avail. Information discussed by the company's war council must have leaked all the way to Kolfu Castle. To our dismay, the Imperial Army had already declared themselves king of the proverbial hill. With our original plan out of the window, we were tasked with laying siege to a fully armed castle. New recruits, who expressed an interest in joining only after believing victory was more than assured, caught wind of this news and fled the marching ranks. By the time Kono-san had been notified, over half of his men had shamelessly absconded. Meanwhile, he was occupied in his hometown performing meet and greets. Our standing army, which was measly from the outset, dwindled to an embarrassing shadow of its former self. Misfortune was becoming commonplace for us, and suddenly our mission seemed all the more insurmountable. Yeah, misfortune has happened ever since Hanan-san said the Shinsengumi has never been good with luck. All the way back during Ikeda.
Sounds like Joshua.
No.
Sacred stones.
Oh. Sorry, my brain went immediately to a different Joshua.
But there's also, you know, Setsuna and Arthur.
Oh, Lord. Oh, Jesus. No.
It looks as though that I'm sinking.
Huh?
You're sinking in quicksand, you idiot! Come out!
Oh, Jesus Christ.
江戸に増援を頼みに行ってくる。うまく引き込めば勝機はあるはずだ。
Ijikata-san declared his intent to gather reinforcements, which left us in a precarious state without his leadership. Nonetheless, Yamazaki-san and I saw Hijikata-san off after accompanying him while he packed his belongings. Do you plan on traveling to Edo alone? At the very least, you should have a bodyguard with you.
今は大使も馬の数も足りてねえんだよ。心配すんな。できるだけ早く戻る。俺が増援を呼んでくるまでは絶対に戦を始めないよう徹底させろ。
承知しました。ただこちらを少数と見て取った場合、敵方から来る可能性は捨てきれません。
Hijikata-san's eyes thinned. Behind his squinted eyelids, I saw the glint of a frigid, purposeful anger.
その時は近藤さんを守って江戸へ引き、何を置いてもだ。
What? The mood immediately recalled something that Hijikata-san had imparted upon us during Toba Fushimi. He snapped at us, telling us to stand down when our backs were against the wall, despite all of our comrades also fighting for their lives. Hijikata-san should have known then, and even now, how much Yamazaki-san was hurt by his insistence. So are you actually asking Yamazaki-san to abandon his allies if push comes to shove?
見捨てるわけじゃない。
Yes.
近藤さんを生かすことを優先しろ。
Why? Hopefully Yamazaki-san had the
Fuck
intuition.
you, that's why.
Hopefully Yamazaki-san had the intuition not to take Hijikata-san's orders personally. It was difficult given the circumstances, but Yamazaki-san obeyed every command. But the thought of leaving his closest allies behind to keep one person safe hadn't set well with Yamazaki-san, who shifted his eyes nervously in response. Hijikata-san, however, looked totally unfazed, glancing upwards at the sky indefinitely.
どれだけ罵られよう、仲間を切り捨てようが、新鮮。恨んでくれて構わねえぞ、山崎。
Oh, that's such a shame you got a LGM out because I have the shades.
You have a shades.
Crunch.
Oh, God.
Crunch.
Oh, no.
The LGM is no more. And it's a scoliosis. I'm still staying in.
Oh, boy.
That thing looks like jelly. Shades. Nom.
Take a bite out of it.
He nommed.
He took a bite out of it.
Oh, look, it's a sigilith. Well, oh, light screen? That's not gonna do anything against a physical attacker. Fuck you, nom.
Is this now the Nom incident?
I mean, it can be.
I know.
Is this another psychic trainer? Please tell me it's another psychic trainer. Meow, meow, meow. This sign means have a battle with me? Yeah, this is definitely a, no, it's a glass. And she's got a deerling.
Meow, meow, meow.
俺は新選組の影となります。俺はもう羅刹と化した身だ。今後、自身の名が歴史に刻まれずとも、我々が生きた新選組の名を残すために、この命を賭して戦い抜く覚悟があります。
It hurt that Yamazaki said his name is going to be nothing but a footnote. That hurts. Oh, that hurts because we know very little about him in actual real life. Yamazaki-san.
すまないな、雪村君。共に歩むと言ってくれた君には、辛い道を歩ませることになってしまう。
No, it's okay. You should do what you feel is best, Yamazaki-san. The two of us nodded, exchanging our unspoken sentiments before turning back to Hijikata-san.
副長、命令受けたまわりました。必ずや局長を守り抜きます。
すまねえ、山崎、雪村。
Unfortunately, all was as Hijikata-san had foretold. It felt like a cruel joke, one that crushed us when our hope had already fallen into short supply. In the day following Hijikatsu-san's departure, the sound of the first gunshot echoed in the battlefield. The offender, to no one's surprise, was a recent recruit of ours who pulled the trigger haphazardly. And just like in the Battle of Toba Fushimi...
Oh yeah, that's right. They do have rifles, don't they?
Yeah, they have guns.
Ah, yes. I have been waiting for this encounter.
They have guns, and you forget that Shiranui has a gun. And Ryoma.
Well, I have been waiting for this encounter. It's a Litwick.
Candle. And just like in the Battle
Alright.
of Toba Fushimi, all it took was an accidental gunshot to incite a horrific bloodbath before our very eyes. Thus began the Battle of Koshu Katsunuma. Really? Koshu Katsunuma. Alright, I learned a new word. The Shinsengumi men were thrust into chaos.
I'm looking for the word. Waiting for the stream to catch up.
Oh, right.
Koshu Katsunma.
Yep. The Shinsengumi men were thrusted into chaos, knowingly facing an opponent who was better suited in almost every facet to fight for the control of Kofu Castle. Hidden throughout the surrounding forest were battalions of Imperial forces, arming their cannons and firing them into our approaching soldiers. Gunpowder filled the air all around Katsunuma, stinging our eyes and nostrils. It became a land of ash and blood.
戦況はどうなっている？敵の数は圧倒的です。幹部の方々が前線で指揮をして必死に敵を食い止めていますが、それも時間の問題かと。都市がせっかく忠告してくれていたというのに、統率すら取れんとはなんたる様だ。
From Yamazaki-san's assessment, the Imperial Army had successfully seized total control of Kofu Castle. On the flip side, we possessed neither the arsenal nor the strategy to penetrate such a vast fortress. Sonaita-san and Nagakura, from what we'd heard, were fighting tooth and nail to keep up the pressure, but every other report making its way back to our home base carried devastating news, keeping morale low.
局長、やばいですよ。右翼が破られて敵兵がこちらに向かってきます。やむ
をえんか。総員、射撃用意。一斉射した後、切り込むぞ。
Kondo, no, this is why Haruka is mad at you in the first place. I can't remember which route it is, but one route, Haruka literally just goes and fights everybody on the other side to give them a chance to retreat. Kono-san, no! If the Imperials are armed with rifles, then sending our men with swords won't do anything! Please, we must retreat. Even with my plea, Kondo-san was motioning forward, beckoning his men with reckless aplomb. My voice went hoarse trying to convince him otherwise. Yamazaki-san scanned our perimeter, thinning his eyes before taking a pronounced step forward.
迫ってきてるのは多分20ぐらいかと。
Yamazaki, no.
Yamazaki, yes.
相馬君と野村君は局長を護衛してこのまま引いてくれ。
Don't tell me you plan on going alone.
誰かがしんがりを務めない限り追いつかれるのは時間の問題だ。日が落ちていて助かった。今の俺ならあの程度どうかけ。
Sorry, Yamazaki, I can't hear you. As you were saying.
Yeah. Yamazaki has been trained in ninjutsu. God damn it, I used the wrong move.
I mean, he is...
I meant to use Rock Tomb.
I mean, he is captain of the watch. Which means going around getting information in the shadows anyway. After leaving us with a curt nod, Yamazaki-san leapt up to a nearby tree trunk, dashing through adjacent branches and disappearing into the dense wooded forest. For a brief moment, my mouth was agape from awe. Then I snapped out of it, facing Kondo-san again. Soma, Nomura, please take this brief reprieve and get Kondo-san out of here. A reprieve.
そりゃいいけどよ。雪村先輩はどうすんだ?
I'm staying behind to watch over Yamazaki-san, and then I'll catch up with the rest of you. Please, there's no time. Hurry! There's police sirens outside.
Oh no!
They're gone, I think. I saw them off, making sure they were out of sight before darting away. I hid behind a thick shrub, peeking just over the top to watch a crowd of Imperial soldiers march on.
進め進め本陣は近いぞとにかく撃て撃って全滅させろ
They advanced, slowly but surely. The increasing pace of their steps fell into an uneasy rhythm with my accelerating heartbeat. I grew nervous, wondering where Yamazaki-san had been. With an upward glance, I held my breath, hoping to find him perching on some branch. Like a burb?
A burb?
A burb? Just then.
いい時代になったぜ。どれだけ剣の腕があろうが関係ない。銃で撃っちまえば。
The Imperial soldier never finished his sentence, which was punctuated by a blood-gurgling cry. A strong breeze came from the east, and with it flew the soldier's head high into the air. Jesus Christ!
Oh shit!
Before I could blink, another soldier Before I could blink, another soldier spewed blood from a fresh slit sliced across his exposed neck. Eh, that's a sentence to say.
From a fresh slit across his exposed neck.
一体何者だ姿を見せるとは卑怯だぞ
卑怯だと貴様らがそれを言うのかこちらの手も届かぬ場所から笑って俺の仲間を殺してきた貴様らが
Terror covered the face of every soldier in the Imperial troop. Yamazaki-san pulled their strings with the bellow of his fearsome voice. From afar, I had the perfect view of him, though he was hiding in plain sight. The glow of Yamazaki-san's crimson eyes radiated sharply as he sat, perched on a branch above the soldiers. The sight alone was enough to send chills crawling down my spine. Yamazaki-san blended into the forest on command, nimbly slashing at the soldiers' necks before piercing their hearts, tearing their flesh asunder with steel. One by one, the blood-soaked bodies of the Imperial soldiers hit the ground with a resounding thud. Every time my eyes caught sight of Yamazaki-san, he was followed by a ribbon of cascading blood gushing from his fallen foes. I stared in abject horror, curling my toes every time one of them would utter a ghastly shriek. Suddenly, a Shinsengumi warrior emerged beside the fray, clutching his hand tightly over his chest before collapsing on the ground in front of me. Hey, can you hear me? I'm an ally. I'm here to help. Can you recognize me? Oh no. You're not looking well. We need to get you to safety. Yamazaki-san!
そちらは君に任せた。その間に敵を殺したのか。
Fuck was that sound?
Musharna.
Oh.
I got a guess the Pokemon cries thing on here.
Yamazaki-san spoke dismissively, not even bothering to turn and face me while he spoke. Instead, he fixed his hateful gaze upon the corpses of his enemy, wrapping his mouth into a menacing grin, which prompted me to say, "Save this man's life!"
Please.
What? Are you serious?
今言った通りだ。いやでも後でいい。先に敵を殺すことが結果的に。
No, you're wrong! Killing people should only serve as a means to protect the people you care about. I felt my throat tighten in soreness as I shouted. I can't shout that loudly anymore now. I took myself by surprise, never having thought myself capable of yelling as loudly as I did. No matter how many men you slay, if you aren't able to keep your allies safe, then it's all for nothing. Yamazaki-san, what are you fighting for? Tears filled my puffy eyes by the time I finished. In the past, Yamazaki-san had always been the first person to express concern for his injured comrades. But before my heart was moved by how sensitive and caring Yamazaki-san had been, I found myself perplexed by his current state of mind. Yeah, that's probably due because of the water of life. It shattered me to think he was losing touch with himself, so I needed to get through to him. Yamazaki, I could barely hear that line. God damn the mixing in this game. Yamazaki-san's eyes dropped down to his blood-stained hands, and slowly the madness within them dissipated. The moment was utterly short-lived, however.
見つけたぞ。今のは奴の仕業だ。撃て！くそ、下がっていろ、雪村君。
I flinched as I saw Yamazaki-san pounce back into the grip of Imperial soldiers. Eerie sounds of bones snapping followed soon after, causing me to grimace. His uniform was drenched in fresh blood, making me realize nothing I said could ever get through to him. Oh, not the scary music. As he promised, however, Yamazaki-san made
No,
quick
not the
work.
scary music.
Yes, the one that kinda makes you uneasy. As he promised, however, Yamazaki-san made quick work out of the Imperials. In spite of my best efforts, the wounded Shinsengumi warriors succumbed to his wounds, and I saw the glimmer of light leave his scared, tender eyes. As I lifted my head, I couldn't help but gasp, catching sight of the gruesome mountain of humans' remains scattered along the dirt. The one who was responsible was a fury, huffing in a damp coat of blood.
It was me, Dio!
God fucking damn it. He had thrown his mask off from his face, his lips curling into a wry, satisfied smile. In no way had Yamazaki-san seemed disturbed by his actions. On the contrary, he was taking great pleasure. Yamazaki-san, they're all... Stop it!
なぜ邪魔をする、雪村君。そいつらは敵だ。新選組の敵だぞ。
Yes, but I've also spent almost 4 years in the company of the Shinsengumi. All might be fair in war, I'll give you that. Sometimes we are driven to extremes that we never saw ourselves capable of achieving. That I'm keenly aware of. But to show no mercy as you slaughter helpless men, that's just...
俺は公庫の憂いを断とうとしただけだ。ここで生かして返せばこいつらはいずれまた敵として現れる。
But...
黙れ邪魔をするなら
Oh.
君から殺す。
I was petrified. Feeling Yamazaki-san tap the underside of my chin with his cold sword, still dripping with the blood of those that had slain only minutes earlier.
Oh shit.
Yeah. The air...
I just seen the thing.
The air thickened like mist with the blood's foul rust-like odor, which only seemed to worsen Yamazaki-san's pronounced lack of compassion. Yamazaki...
その柔肌に歯を突き立て、苦しいぐらいに甘いシンクの雫でこの上を満たせた。だから邪魔をするな。
Something sinister lurked behind his ravenous eyes. It was animalistic, like his instincts were focused on nothing aside from finding prey upon which to feed. Yamazaki-san, the one I knew and adored, was slipping away from me.
それとも雪村君。
No.
君がくれるのか。甘い雫。君の血を。
The answer is... Give him blood.
Give him blood.
I could bear it no longer. With gritted teeth, I grabbed a hold of his katana's blade, and I slid the sharp edge against my hand. An audible gulp squeaked. Gulp equals squeak? An audible gulp squeaked from Yamazaki-san's eager mouth. Damn, that was really high pitched for him. Holy shit. Without a second of hesitation, he tugged my arm closer towards him and wrapped his mouth around the open wound on my hand. His tongue flicked in and out of my cut, painfully digging it deeper underneath the skin. But with my blood, Yamazaki-san's suffering would ease, and that was enough for me to persevere. I took solace knowing I could keep him sane. Rather than descend into depravity by taking the lives of others, he could sip and consume my blood. Something frightened me. It was as though I enjoyed the idea of being used, that somehow, if it were Yamazaki-san doing the deed, I felt more special. After it felt as though an eternity had passed. At last, Yamazaki-san began to resemble himself again, letting the sword fall from his hands before speaking.
自分では言い聞かせているつもりだったんだ。俺は羅刹の衝動などに負けたりしない。決して君を傷つけたりしないって。だけど結果はこのざまだ。抑えがたい知恵の衝動、止められない戦いの中の陶酔感。ようやく風間の言っていたことが分かったよ。
No, don't listen to Kazuma's words, damn it.
No!
化け物と化す。人として生きられない。人として死ね。人として
羅刹になるということか。人間ではない。
Alright, Shades, you ready for some more chomping? Nom!
Nom. Nom nom nom.
Again, it was a duosion, so it was just like...
Oh god.
more jelly!
Why the duosion? Oh man. My heart broke for Yamazaki-san, whose forlorn eyes drooped listlessly. In order to comfort him, I said, "Nothing can change who you are."
Nova, you loser playing Phasmophobia. Jeez.
Oh my lord. Like it or not, you're a fury now. When you're hurt, your flesh will heal. You've become a white-haired creature with a taste for human blood. But you must understand. You and I aren't much different. My body regenerates itself too. I also cannot afford to live a normal human life, whatever that means. Well, I had no desire to drink human blood, but I meant
and another nom.
I meant every word that I said, and with a smile, I took Yamazaki-san's hand and pressed it gently against my cheeks. The softness and warmth of your palm, whether you're human or a fury, or if I'm a demon, nothing can change that. Yamazaki-san's mouth was agape and his eyes stared at the ground, speechless. I decided to give him a moment of reprieve. In this moment, perhaps he had needed words of comfort. Instead, I glanced at the darkening sky, collecting my erstwhile thoughts. Had Kono-san been able to escape safely? Saito-san, Harada, Nakakura, Shimada. All of the men who were willing to give their lives so that we could protect Kono-san. Were they alive?
Yeah, they all dead!
Ah, Jesus Christ. Yamazaki-san. Let's go. We need to rendezvous with the rest of the Shinsengumi men. We picked ourselves back up, dragging our heavy feet through sanguinary muck, when all of a sudden... Oh no, I don't like the all of a sudden. And this word that's giving me trouble. Oh, great! Exactly what I wanted.
貴様らは随分とひどい顔ですね。まるで悪鬼のようだ。
Large trees shook as two figures scrolled towards us from the shadows with paralyzing stares in their eyes.
It's the bitch.
I was swept with deja vu, being taken back to the day that Yamazaki-san had consumed the water of life.
こんなところで出くわすとは、こいつらとはつくづく悪縁があるようだ。なぜ貴様らがここにいる？勝沼の戦に参戦していたのか？いいえ、今回はあなた方と直接矛を交えてはいません。ですが、先ほどの戦いぶりはしっかりと見せていただきました。
山崎と言ったか。どうも俺の見込み違いだったようだ。ここまで羅刹に落ちてはもはや哀れみすら感じる。
It was Kazuma. Kazuma unsheathed his sword.
It was Kazuma the whole time!
Kazuma unsheathed his sword, spreading his feet into a stance before Yamazaki-san responded in kind. I cut my hand over my mouth, fearing that Yamazaki-san stood no chance against them alone. It was up to me to find a way to stall them. Just as the thought crossed my mind, Amagiri outstretched his muscular arm, halting the two warriors from crossing blades.
殺気が溢れていますよ、風間。
彼らを殺すつもりですか？
構うことはない。雪村の娘はともかく、この男が死んだところで。
我々の目的を忘れたのですか？
He's putting his sword away?
どういうつもりだ？俺はどちらが相手でも構わんが。
ではお言葉に甘えて私がお相手いたしましょう。かかってきなさい。新選組観察型山崎進。
後悔するなよ、天霧球児。
Victory went to the warrior who struck first. Without breaking a sweat, Yamazaki-san chucked his kunai forward, which Amagiri effortlessly deflected. Before Amagiri could catch his breath, however, Yamazaki-san had already bolted inches in front of him.
人間にしてはいい動きですが、それでは私には届きません。
Yamazaki-san aimed a flurry of blows at Amagiri, trying to strike his opponent's vital points without much success as Amagiri parried every attack. Amagiri anticipated the path of every swing and was adept enough to block the sword with his bare hands. He was no stranger to the Shinsengumi, having beaten Saito-san and Heisuke in the past, which made him one of their most formidable enemies. Yamazaki-san bent forward, prepping himself to lunge before his pupils flared in dilation. He kicked at the floor, disappearing into thin air. It was impossible for me to track his superhuman movements with the naked eye. All I could follow was the whistles of the wind against the tree branches he'd fluttered upon.
Sorry!
Yamazaki showed no signs of faltering, smacking the blunt edge of his blade forcefully against Amagiri's shoulder.
Amagiriに一撃を入れるとは、以前よりもさらに早くなって。
警戒はしていたつもりですが、予想のさらに上を行くと。
All of us were in shock watching Yamazaki put pressure on Amagiri as aggressively as he did. As Amagiri's fist cut through the air like a hawk, Yamazaki-san responded with a well-timed slash across the foremost ribcage. As Kazuma had suggested in the past, however, his heightened speed was a double-edged blade. To compensate for the enormous toll his powers were taking on his body, Yamazaki-san's lifespan actually diminished with each instance. When did we learn this? When did we learn this in this route? We haven't. What?
Quack.
Huh? Okay, hold on. I'm writing this down now. What the fuck? Go in the pile over there.
I mean, I would too. Alright!
A typical human foot would have likely been ripped apart by the sheer velocity of Yamazaki-san's movements, but this did nothing to faze him.
Shades! More psychic types to eat!
貴様が頭を下げるのならば手を貸してやらんこともない。
冗談が過ぎますよ、風間。
Amagiri wiped his bloody lips with the back of his palm, quickly raising his guard again as he got into stance.
羅刹の力をこうも使いこなすとはこれなら先人の体が全滅したのもうなずけます。
当然だ。今の俺ならばあの程度物の数では。
勘違いしているようですが、今のは褒め言葉ではありません。この力で人間相手に勝ち誇るあなたをとても残念に思っています。
Once more, Yamazaki-san put the full weight of his body behind his attack, but Amagiri hadn't even flinched. He remained he remained completely still, speaking in an icy tone of voice as he continued.
そもそもこれだけの力に代償がないとで。
That much we know. Wait, we know?
What?
Every fury eventually develops a craving for blood.
だからそれだけではないと言っているんです。
Wow.
Okay, so not about the blood thing.
羅刹がいくら人外の化け物と言っても、傷の治癒も凄まじい怪力も、それ自体は人間の持つ能力の延長に過ぎません。例えば傷の治癒ならば、人間の体が数年かけて引き起こす自己治癒力を数秒、数十秒に縮めただけですが、それだけの急激な代謝を体の中で繰り返せば、人間の体はどうなると思いますか？
As Amagiri explained on his point, anxiety began festering in the pit of my stomach. I wanted to cover my ears. I couldn't bear to hear what he'd been getting at. All of my fears were becoming realized, but Amagiri insisted on revealing the harsh, terrifying truth.
そう、羅刹の力の源は人の持つ生命力。別の言い方をすれば寿命。当然、力を使うほど寿命は削れ、最後は灰と化して散るのみです。
What? No. Okay, wait. Okay, so Amagiri explained to us the whole life thing. What the? Why is this in different order? What the fuck? I am so confused. What happened? What the hell?
ふざけるな！そんなことが信じられるか！お前が今告げたことが厄介な羅刹の力を使わせまいという罠でないとは言い切れまい。
信じてもらえませんか？では証明してみせましょう。私があなたを圧倒すれば、そんな罠など張る必要すらないという何よりの証明でしょう。
Yamazaki-san dashed away at light speed, leaving behind the ominous glow of his rage-filled eyes. A sense of urgency fueled his movements, but it was nefarious, akin to panic more than determination. My eyes darted towards Amagiri, whose body was engulfed in a whirlwind of steel. Blood cascaded like floating lilies from the demon's body as Yamazaki-san's flurry of slashes cuts almost every part of him, save for his face and neck. Suddenly, Amagiri's hair turned stark white. And then... The tip of Yamazaki's katana was pointed directly at Amagiri's heart. His opportunity to strike was cut short, however.
捉えました。
With a slight flick of his wrist, Amagiri disarmed Yamazaki-san, knocking him on his back. What? How? How could he see it coming?
いくら早くとも 本当の鬼の力を解放した我々にとって難しいことではありません。
Amagiri approached Yamazaki-san slowly as he writhed helplessly on the ground. Don't you dare touch him! I aimed my kodachi at Amagiri, sliding carefully towards Yamazaki-san before helping him stand. Are you okay?
Gehoの力を用いて勝ち起ころうと、いずれはより強い力でねじ伏せられる。見てみなさい。彼の体を。ボロボロではありませんか。
The longer I looked, the more I winced. Blood streamed from the gashes covering Yamazaki's mangled legs, exposing the muscle and tendons underneath his flesh. It was clear, though, that he hadn't sustained the wounds simply from Amagiri. They were a result of overexertion from his use of fury powers. Yamazaki-san. I wrapped my arms around his blood-soaked body, muttering his name under my breath.
血に狂い、血に酔い、他人を殺し、自らをも傷つける。見ての通り、本来羅刹の力は人の世にあっていい力ではありません。
I had no rebuttal. Yamazaki-san and Heisuke fought their hardest to retain their humanity, but every other fury eventually descended into depravity. So they were clearly the exceptions to the rule.
They clearly didn't have your blood to sustain them.
In this bitter war, they were being wielded as pawns, agents of destruction pitted against one another. If ever we were able to maintain a period of peace, however, and the war comes to a screeching halt, what purpose would these beings have? Would there even be a place for them?
そしてあなたにとっては辛い報告となってしまいますが、あなたの父親雪村公道、彼はこの羅刹の力を日の本に巻こうとしています。
What? My father?
ええ。
はい。
この計画が進めば、この地の人間は半数が羅刹。残りの半分は羅刹の食料として飼育されることになるでしょ
うね。奴は鬼の一族でありながら、まがいものの鬼を作り、越に言っている。鬼の一族を滑る者として決して許せん所業だ。
Even during my extended stay with the Shinsengumi, obtaining any information about father was next to impossible. Kazuma and Amagiri were the last people from whom I expected to learn any sort of update.
彼は新政府に取り入り、各藩の庇護を受けているため、立場上私たちでは手を出すことができません。故に私たちは、この情報を新選組に伝え、彼らに対処を促すつもりです。
So your goal is asking the Shinsengumi whether or not they want to wage war against my father's legion of fury soldiers?
新選組はどのみちこのまま歴史の露と消える。ならば自分たちが関わった力の後始末ぐらいさせても構うまい。
Cosmo smiled wryly before turning his back to us. Before Cosmo could walk away, however, an enraged voice called out to him, prompting him to stop. Yamazaki cursed! Yamazaki-san barked, dusting
The best boy cursed?
He cursed. It's the first time he's cursed like that. Yamazaki-san barked, dusting his shoulders as he rose. He spat out a mouthful of blood and stuck his sword into the ground to support his weight.
歴史の露だ。このまま消える身だ。まだだ。新選組は終わっていない。今も戦い続けている。
気に障ったなら謝罪しましょう。ですが時間の問題なのは間違いない。残酷なようですが、あえてはっきりと言わせてもらいましょう。新選組は負ける。そして歴史の中に忘れ去られる存在だ。
Yamazaki-san and I gasped, uncomfortable with a truth neither of us had ever been willing to admit. Lose? Amagiri's startling admission shook me. On the other hand, Yamazaki-san nodded silently.
そんなことは分かってる。分かっているさ。新選組がどれだけ厳しい状況に置かれているかなんて。
Eh? Huh. That was weird.
だが、だからこそあの人たちのことは最後まで武士として戦わさせてくれ。あの時も言ったはずだ。闇に手を染めるべき人間はここにいると。
あなたが行動と戦うと。 たった一人ですか。奴が抱えている羅刹は10や20ではありませんよ。
He's not alone. He's got me too. If my father's responsible for this madness, then as his daughter, it's my duty to see that he's stopped.
分かっているのか。羅刹の元を断つということは雪村光道を殺すことに他ならん。お前に父が殺せるのか。
Well,
俺がやる。今の言葉全てを信じたわけではない。計りごとの可能性は否定できん。だがもし必要だというなら、その時は俺がやる。
いいだろう。どう転んでも我らに損はない。
行動は今も新政府軍の中で羅刹を生み出し続けています。そして新型羅刹の実験のために新たな戦場に向かうでしょう。
新選組の行く先と一致しているということか。
ええ。ではご分を祈ります。
with that, the two demons melted into the fog. Just as quickly as they appeared, they vanished, and I scanned the whole area to ensure they were gone. Was it just a dream? An ominous premonition? No, it wasn't. Looking at Yamazaki-san's tattered body and the soreness in my fingers, I gathered that all of it was very, very real. If what Kazuma and Amagiri said were true, then my reunion with father would be soon, but I wasn't sure if it would involve the intimate welcome that I was wishing for. We've reached chapter 3, and this is where we're going to stop.
'Cause it just turned midnight over there.
Yeah. I think I'm not going to stream tomorrow.
Yeah?
Yeah. I'm not going to stream tomorrow. I'm going to save the game. Make sure it can load. Where's the... Jesus Christ. The first... Oh, wow. Wait, no. This one. March 26th was the first save when we tried. When I started streaming this whole thing. Holy shit.
Wow.
Oh, that's when I touched Edo Blossom for the first time with Kazuma.
Wow. Wow.
Wow.
Wow.
Anyway, so not streaming tomorrow. Sorry. I got work to do.
However, Thursday we'll be back.
Yep. Probably with SSL.
Yeah.
That's fun. And you and me, we have...
Hopefully my internet is behaving by then.
Yeah. And you and me, we got some work to do tomorrow night. Or were we not going to work on season 2?
Oh, I guess we can. Yeah, that's right. I forgot. I'm sorry.
Anyway, please drink water.
Drink water.
Have a good day or night. Don't die because you didn't drink water. And see you next time.
Bye.
Bye.